Profound stillness rested over the quiet room, a deep calm that felt woven into the very fabric of the air itself. Outside, the world was beginning to stir with the faintest whisper of approaching dawn, but within the walls of this cozy home, a gentle hush prevailed. Soft indoor light had not yet fully penetrated the thick curtains, leaving the peaceful living room bathed in a comforting, muted dimness. The silence was not empty, but rather a soft blanket, a familiar presence that promised rest and undisturbed tranquility. Each moment unfolded with a deliberate slowness, an unhurried progression towards a new day, yet still clinging to the profound peace of the night's deep sleep. Within this serene atmosphere, a shape lay nestled, almost completely concealed by the folds of a soft blanket. It was an indistinct form, a gentle mound that rose and fell with the slow, steady rhythm of calm breathing. This was a place of absolute home comfort, where every shadow held a sense of safety and every surface offered a promise of deep relaxation. The air itself seemed to breathe softly, holding the remnants of a peaceful night. This quiet corner of the home was a sanctuary, a place where warmth gathered and lingered, a testament to the stability of familiar surroundings. Here, comfort was not just a feeling, but a palpable presence, woven into the very stillness of the morning air. Beneath the woven threads of the soft blanket, the first truly subtle stirrings began. They were movements so slight, so exquisitely gentle, they might have been no more than the faintest whisper of a dream. The indistinct shape shifted, a delicate redistribution of weight that spoke of a deep, relaxing sleep slowly, almost imperceptibly, nearing its natural conclusion. It was a comfortable adjustment, an unconscious seeking of even deeper repose, even as the first barely perceptible hint of a new day pressed against the windows. The cat, hidden in its cozy sanctuary, was a picture of profound rest, surrounded by the familiar scents and quiet sounds of its beloved home. A single paw, a front paw, extended with unhurried grace from beneath the edge of the blanket. It was a slow, deliberate stretch, not of urgency, but of inherent comfort. The soft pads of the paw, still heavy with sleep, pressed gently into the plush fabric of the cushion beneath. Each tiny claw remained sheathed, a testament to the gentle nature of this awakening. This movement, while barely visible, radiated a profound sense of self-care, a quiet preparation for nothing more strenuous than continued rest. The very act was infused with the overarching calm of the surroundings, a seamless continuation of the night's deep relaxation within the familiar and trusted space. The soft indoor light, though faint, seemed to caress the subtle movement, highlighting its serene beauty. The paw retracted with the same unhurried pace, drawing back into the comforting warmth beneath the blanket. Then, a more noticeable, yet still incredibly delicate shift of weight occurred. The entire form beneath the fabric subtly rearranged itself, as if finding a new, slightly more expansive position for ultimate comfort. This was not an abrupt movement, but rather a flowing undulation, a gradual settling deeper into the soft support. The creature seemed to melt further into its surroundings, becoming even more integral to the peaceful living room. Its every action, or lack thereof, echoed the profound sense of safety and stability that permeated the quiet room. The nearby warmth was a gentle invitation to prolong the tranquil state. A brief moment of profound stillness followed, a pause as if the creature was weighing the merits of waking against the undeniable allure of continued slumber. Then, slowly, with an almost imperceptible effort, the feline's eyes began to open. They were not wide, alert eyes, but blinking, sleepy eyes, heavy with the lingering veil of deep rest. The eyelids lifted only partially, revealing just a sliver of soft amber light, then settled back down again as if the effort had been too much, or the world outside too bright even in its muted state. This gentle act of observation lasted only a moment, a fleeting acknowledgement of the softly shifting morning light, before the comfort of darkness and warmth called them back to rest. A second attempt at opening the eyes proved a little more successful, though still entirely without haste. The blinking, sleepy eyes remained half-closed, observing the quiet room through the soft, hazy filter of sleep. The light was growing, no longer quite as dim, now painting faint silvery edges along the furniture and catching the barely visible dust motes dancing in the air. The cat's gaze drifted slowly, without focus, taking in the familiar surroundings of its cozy home. There was no sharpness, no intensity, only a gentle, languid survey that sought only to confirm the enduring presence of comfort and peace. This quiet contemplation was part of the soothing routine, a stable anchor in the gentle ebb and flow of the day. Then, with an exquisite slowness, a soft, almost imperceptible yawn began to form. It stretched the tiny muscles of the jaw and throat, a silent internal release of lingering sleepiness. The mouth opened just enough to reveal a glimpse of a pink tongue and small white teeth, before closing again with utter gentleness. There was no sound, only the visual suggestion of the yawn, a final, deep sigh of the body preparing for another cycle of restful wakefulness. The entire process was imbued with a quiet dignity, a testament to the creature's unhurried existence within its secure and familiar home. This profound act of stretching and resettling confirmed its deep connection to the enduring warmth and solace of its most cherished comfort space. It remained a picture of tranquil rest, completely at home in its soft bed. Chapter 2. The soft, almost imperceptible stirrings of the previous moments gently deepen, unfolding into a new phase of quiet awareness. Beneath the soft woven blanket, the indistinct form of the feline companion begins a slow, deliberate unfurling from its tightly curled sleeping position. This movement is not sudden, but a gradual loosening, a release from the profound rest that held it throughout the quiet night. The warmth of its body, having rested for so many peaceful hours, now spreads subtly against the soft cushions where it has found such deep comfort. Each muscle stretches with slow intention, a gentle awakening that seems to ripple through its entire being. A long, luxurious stretch begins, initiated by one of its graceful paws. The paw extends forward with exquisite slowness, claws sheathed within the velvety pads, reaching out into the soft, ambient air. Then the other paw follows, mirroring the first, creating an elegant arc as the feline elongates its whole form. Its back arches subtly, a graceful curve against the familiar backdrop of the comfortable space it occupies. This stretch is a slow symphony of quiet movement, a deliberate expression of returning flexibility, entirely free from any haste or urgency. It is a moment of pure, unadulterated physical release, a testament to the peacefulness of its rest. As the stretch reaches its peak, a soft, low purring sound begins to resonate from deep within its chest. It is a gentle vibration, almost imperceptible at first, a rumbling warmth that vibrates through its small frame and into the soft blankets nearby. This purr is a sound of profound contentment, a quiet melody that speaks of safety and the deep relaxation found in its cozy home. The sound is steady, a rhythmic hum that fills the immediate space, a constant reminder of the animal's peaceful state. It is a sound that naturally integrates into the calm breathing of the quiet morning, adding another layer of soothing presence to the familiar surroundings. This purr becomes a gentle anchor in the stillness, a living, breathing expression of internal peace. The head of the feline companion turns with quiet deliberation, a slow movement that allows its half-closed eyes to take in the immediate environment. There is no sharp gaze, no quick darting of attention, but rather a soft, gradual survey of the safe space around it. Its gaze lingers on the textures of the cushions, the subtle patterns of the fabric, the familiar shadows that play upon the wall. This quiet observation reinforces the established trust it holds for its surroundings. Every object, every surface, every angle is known to it, a part of its secure and familiar world. The gentle turning of its head is a gesture of peaceful acknowledgement, a quiet confirmation that all remains well within its cherished home. Its body, still warm from sleep, presses gently into the soft cushions, sinking just a little deeper into their inviting embrace. The feeling of the soft fabric against its fur, the familiar scent of its resting place, all contribute to a pervasive sense of home comfort. The air around it holds a gentle warmth, a testament to the comfort of its indoor haven. The purr continues, a continuous soothing thrum, deepening the atmosphere of deep relaxation. It is a sound that seems to echo the steady rhythm of its calm breathing, each exhalation and inhalation a measured, peaceful event. There is no thought of action, only the pure experience of being, nestled perfectly within its comfortable space. The graceful paws, having completed their leisurely stretch, now rest gently on the soft blanket, perhaps kneading soft blankets with a subtle rhythmic motion. This kneading is a quiet, almost meditative behavior, a remnant of kittenhood, symbolizing the deepest comfort and security. It is a soft, repetitive action that further enhances the feeling of peacefulness, a gentle interaction with the familiar surroundings that only strengthens its bond to this safe haven. Each gentle push and pull of its paws is a silent affirmation of its secure place within this home. The slight movement is barely discernible, blending seamlessly into the overall aura of rest and quiet contentment that emanates from the feline. The feline's gaze, though soft, is one of quiet attentiveness, taking in the small details that make up its world. It observes the faint dust motes dancing in a sliver of soft indoor light that has begun to filter through a distant window. There is no engagement with these fleeting specks, merely an acknowledgement of their gentle presence. This tranquil survey of its familiar surroundings is not a search, but a reaffirmation of the stability and safety that defines its daily existence. It is a silent inventory of its cherished comfort, an assurance that its environment remains constant and nurturing. The peace of its mind is evident in the unhurried nature of its observations, reflecting the deep relaxation that pervades its being. The soft hum of its purr continues to resonate, a low vibration that feels almost eternal in its constancy. It is a sound inextricably linked to its feelings of warmth and cozy contentment. This companion, through its very stillness and its gentle sounds, radiates a sense of complete well-being. The feeling of trust is palpable in its relaxed posture, in the unhurried cadence of its breathing, and in the deep, serene glow within its half-closed, sleepy eyes. It is perfectly at rest, perfectly at peace, perfectly within its beloved home. The world outside the quiet room remains distant and unintruding, allowing this precious moment of awakening to unfold in its own slow, gentle time. The subtle movements of its whiskers, almost imperceptible, add to the delicate tapestry of its awakening. They twitch just enough to sense the gentle currents of air, the faint, familiar scents that linger in the comfortable space. Each tiny detail of its familiar surroundings contributes to the overall sense of security and well-being. There is no need for sudden reactions, no call to alertness, only the slow unfolding of a new segment of its quiet day. The feline is an embodiment of calm breathing, its entire form a soft testament to the deep relaxation it experiences within the safe confines of its cherished home. The sense of stability is unwavering, a constant presence that cradles it in comfort. This soft awakening is a deliberate dance between slumber and awareness, a long, drawn-out transition that mirrors the tranquil rhythm of the home itself. The gentle stretching, the soft purr, the quiet gaze. Each action is imbued with a profound slowness, emphasizing the absence of any demand or urgency. It is a testament to the enduring comfort and unwavering safety that define the existence of this precious companion. Its warm presence nearby offers a silent reassurance, a steady anchor in the peaceful flow of time. The world outside can wait. For now, there is only the quiet unfolding of a new morning within the cozy, familiar surroundings, steeped in warmth and rest. The trust it places in its home and its surroundings is absolute, a silent pact of enduring peace and gentle care. Chapter 3. The quiet breath of morning deepened in the familiar surroundings of the cozy home. A gentle light, still soft and muted, began its slow, inevitable journey across the polished floorboards, bringing with it a subtle promise of warmth. The feline companion, having savored its unhurried awakening, now stirred with a profound slowness. Its body, so recently a soft, pliant form nestled amongst the cushions, began to unfold with deliberate grace. There was no haste in these movements, only a natural flow, a quiet transition from deep rest to gentle awareness. A slow, deliberate push of its back paws stretched out, elongating its form. Its front paws followed, extending with quiet elegance, each claw sheathed, each pad soft against the fabric. The stretch was long and satisfying, a silent acknowledgement of the new day's arrival. After this languid extension, the cat slowly brought its weight forward, rising with an almost imperceptible shift. Its eyes, which had been blinking sleepy eyes just moments before, were now fully open, soft and observant, taking in the serene atmosphere of the quiet room. Its fur, a canvas of soft hues, caught the earliest whisper of the incoming light. It stood for a moment, a still, statuesque presence, a testament to the stability and peace that permeated its familiar surroundings. The air itself felt calm, holding the lingering coolness of the night, now gradually yielding to the gentle home ambience of the developing day. Each breath was shallow and even, a quiet rhythm in the stillness. The cat's whiskers, fine and delicate, gave a barely perceptible twitch, sensing the subtle changes in the air, a soft mystery in the unfolding light. Then, with a truly unhurried pace, it began to move. Its steps were padded and silent, a slow, wandering exploration that carried it away from the soft, comfortable space it had just left. Each step was a mindful placement, devoid of any rush or urgency. It was a gentle journey across the floor, guided by an unseen current, a deep sense of home comfort drawing it forward. The silence of the living room was profound, broken only by the almost imaginary sound of its soft paws gliding over the wood. A specific patch of light had now fully formed on the rug, a rectangle of pure, golden warmth, a true sunbeam stretching into the room. This was the cat's destination, a beacon of inviting comfort. The cat followed sunbeams with a quiet determination, its path directly aligning with the slowly intensifying light. Its tail swayed with a gentle rhythmic grace, a soft counterpoint to its deliberate steps. The movement was a ritual, a part of its ingrained routine, predictable and immensely calming. As it drew nearby to this radiant spot, its whiskers gently twitching with heightened sensory input, it paused. The very air within the sunbeam felt different, thicker with warmth, a tangible invitation. It lowered its head slightly, giving a soft sniff to the air, absorbing the scent of the sun-warmed fibers of the rug. There was no intense investigation, no frantic curiosity, but a soft, accepting acknowledgement of its world. This gentle interaction with its known environment spoke volumes of its peaceful mind. Slowly, gracefully, the cat lowered itself into the pool of light. The warmth instantly embraced its fur, seeping deep into its muscles, offering a profound sense of comfort. It shifted its body with a sigh, not of effort, but of pure contentment, settling into the golden patch. The sunlight seemed to melt into its form, a source of quiet energy, fostering a safe feeling that allowed for complete relaxation. Its body became utterly pliant, a soft sculpture of peace. This quiet occupation of the sun-warmed space was a testament to the routines that governed its days, a consistent pattern that brought deep relaxation. The home was a sanctuary of predictability, a place where such simple pleasures were not just anticipated, but deeply cherished. The cat found its rest not just in sleep, but in these moments of quiet absorption, in the gentle flow of its morning. This was not discovery, but a re-engagement with the profoundly familiar, solidifying the trust it held in its unchanging world. The quiet progression of the morning continued, marked by the gradual shifting of the sunbeams across the floor. The cat, a warm, still presence within its chosen patch, remained largely unmoving. Its eyes, sometimes fully open, sometimes half closed in a sleepy contemplation, watched the subtle dance of dust motes in the light. Each tiny particle seemed to drift with an unhurried grace, mirroring the overall pace of life within this peaceful living room. The gentle home ambiance was a soothing balm, an assurance of stability. Periodically, a single paw might extend, stretching slowly into the light, then drawing back into the warmth. These were not playful movements, but soft reconfirmations of its physical comfort, deeply ingrained behaviors that spoke of profound safety. The rhythmic breathing continued, a quiet counterpoint to the quiet sounds of the house, sounds so faint they barely registered. This was a form of slow, meditative awareness, a gentle way to inhabit the present moment, fully immersed in the soft indoor light and its radiating warmth. The idea of discomfort felt utterly distant within these familiar surroundings. Every corner of the home, every surface, every scent contributed to an overarching feeling of security and trust. This was its domain, a place of unwavering comfort, where every exploration, no matter how minor, was a reaffirmation of peace. Its very presence exuded a quiet dignity, an embodiment of gentle calm. The slow, deliberate cadence of its existence was a lesson in unhurried living, a soft reminder to relax. The sunbeam lengthened as the morning slowly progressed, pulling its edge softly across the rug. The cat, sensing the subtle shift in warmth, might adjust its position slightly, a fluid movement that maintained its connection to the golden light. There was no need for grand gestures or exciting events. The profound comfort lay in the repetition, in the gentle rhythm of light and warmth. This was the essence of its daily routine, a cycle of profound rest and quiet observation. Its gaze might drift towards a nearby piece of furniture, a wooden leg polished smooth with age, or a soft, well-worn blanket draped over a chair. These were not objects of novelty, but familiar anchors in its world, each contributing to the pervasive feeling of home. The cat found a quiet satisfaction in merely observing, its peaceful mind free from any pressing concern, only soaking in the ambient tranquility. The simple act of being was enough. The air itself felt still, a soft blanket of calm. The world outside, though faintly visible through a window, remained a distant whisper, not intruding upon the deep relaxation within. The cat's world was here, within these walls, within this sunbeam, within this moment of serene existence. Every fiber of its being radiated a quiet contentment, a gentle confidence born of constant safety and familiar patterns. This was its companion in stillness, the quiet home. The soft indoor light continued its slow dance, tracing new patterns on the walls and floor as the sun climbed higher. The cat remained a steadfast presence within its chosen spot, a silent guardian of the morning's peace. Its muscles were completely relaxed, its breathing deep and even, a living example of pure tranquility. It embodied the very meaning of rest, a testament to the comforting stability of its world. And in this gentle exploration of familiar warmth, the morning hours quietly unfolded, preparing the way for the soft rhythm of the day ahead. Each moment was a gentle journey, imbued with a profound sense of safety and home. Chapter 4. After its quiet journey through the gentle morning light, the feline companion found a new point of rest within the familiar comfort of its home. The patch of sun that had drawn it across the soft living room rug now became its chosen sanctuary for the next important part of its unhurried morning routine. This was a space of warmth, where the soft indoor light deepened the feeling of safety and stability. The air around it held a subtle, familiar scent of the cozy home, a scent that spoke of undisturbed peace. With slow, deliberate grace, the cat settled itself in the sunbeam, arranging its body with a profound sense of purpose that still embodied deep relaxation. Its movements were fluid, unforced, a testament to the absolute trust it held in its comfortable surroundings. A soft sigh escaped its form, barely audible, yet indicative of a serene contentment that permeated its entire being. The gentle warmth of the sun began to spread through its fur, a familiar sensation that offered a comforting embrace. This was a moment purely for self-care, a repetitive ritual that brought a peaceful mind. Its attention slowly turned inward to the silky fur that covered its lithe frame. With a delicate extension of its head and a careful arch of its back, the meticulous grooming began. The rough yet gentle surface of its tongue emerged, moving with a steady, rhythmic motion. Each methodical lick across its shoulder, down its flank, and along its soft paws was a testament to the inherent cleanliness that marked its daily life. The sound was a faint, almost hushed lapping, a soft, repetitive whisper that blended seamlessly with the quiet hum of the peaceful living room. It was a calming sound, a stable presence in the tranquil morning. The cat stretched its neck, reaching with focused precision towards a spot along its spine that required particular attention. its body elongated, a graceful arc of feline flexibility before settling back into a more compact form, its eyes blinking sleepy eyes slowly, half closed in an expression of utter absorption. There was no rush in this process, no sense of urgency, only the steady, consistent repetition of grooming silky fur, each stroke a confirmation of its secure and cared-for existence. This continuous action was a form of self-soothing, contributing to a profound sense of deep relaxation. The sunlight shifted ever so slightly, painting new contours onto its form, highlighting the delicate dance of its whiskers as they gently twitched with each careful lick. Its front paws were delicately raised one after the other to be meticulously cleaned, the pads gently kneaded and the individual toes attended to with a careful patience. This was not a quick task, but a prolonged engagement with its own well-being, a quiet moment of focus that spoke volumes of its inner peace. The soft fur, now smoothed and meticulously arranged, reflected the soft indoor light, shimmering with a renewed luster. Throughout this measured ritual, the feeling of comfort was paramount. The familiar movements, the tactile sensations of its own fur beneath its tongue, the encompassing warmth of the sun, all contributed to a deep, abiding sense of rest. It was an affirmation of its place within this safe home, a reminder of the consistent care it received, not just from human hands, but from its own innate behaviors. The cat seemed to sink deeper into the cushions beneath it, its presence a picture of serene composure, embodying the essence of stress relief. Sometimes, after a particularly thorough session of grooming, a single languid stretch would ripple through its body, from the tips of its now pristine paws to the gentle sway of its tail. A quiet sigh of contentment would follow, a breath exhaled slowly, marking the completion of this segment of its morning. Its eyes, previously narrowed in concentration, would widen just a fraction, taking in the familiar surroundings with a soft gaze, before perhaps drifting closed again, still heavy with the lingering tendrils of sleep. Its calm breathing remained slow and steady, a rhythm of peace. The entire process unfolded with an unhurried elegance, a private moment of self-maintenance that reinforced the stability of its world. The warmth it sought, the quiet it enjoyed, and the steady rhythm of its own actions all contributed to a profound state of being. It was a companion to its own internal world of peace, nearby to the quiet moments that defined its daily life. The trust it exuded was palpable, a gentle confidence born from predictable routines and a secure home. This quiet moment of profound rest, filled with the simple act of self-care, was a cornerstone of its tranquil existence. Chapter 5. The cat, having completed its quiet morning rituals, felt a gentle pull towards a new patch of light within the familiar home. Its paws, soft and silent, carried it with an unhurried grace across the peaceful living room floor. Each step was a deliberate placement, a soft padding that barely disturbed the quiet air. A destination began to form in its gentle awareness, the wide, inviting ledge of a nearby windowsill, bathed in the soft indoor light of the late morning sun. The promise of warmth drew it steadily, a silent beacon in its serene day. This movement, slow and fluid, was another familiar part of its calm, predictable routine, adding to the pervasive sense of comfort that filled its world. With a final smooth motion, the cat reached the windowsill. It paused for a moment, its whiskers gently twitching, taking in the subtle shifts in temperature and the faint diffused scent of the world beyond the glass. Then, with an elegant, unhurried turn, it began to settle itself. Its body folded softly, gracefully into a perfect coil, becoming a living sculpture of quiet contentment. The feline companion adjusted its position until it was perfectly curled on windowsill, its gaze now directed outward, yet still utterly immersed in the security of its cozy home. The surface beneath it held a subtle warmth, a testament to the sun's gentle touch. The sun's golden rays streamed through the glass, bathing the windowsill in a soft, radiant warmth. It was a comforting embrace, sinking deep into the cat's fur, coaxing its muscles into an even greater state of deep relaxation. The transparent barrier of the window offered an uninterrupted view of the outside world, while simultaneously providing an impenetrable shield of safety. This familiar vantage point was a cherished space, a place where the cat could observe without participation, a bastion of calm within its serene home. The feeling of comfort here was profound, a gentle reassurance, allowing for undisturbed rest. From its safe perch, the cat began watching drifting shadows. These were not shadows of alarm or swift movement, but the slow, lazy dance of leaves stirred by an imperceptible breeze cast onto the pavement outside. A distant bird, a tiny speck against the expanse of the sky, might drift into its field of vision, its flight silent and far away. There was no urgency in this observation, no sudden twitch of anticipation. Instead, its gaze was soft, its focus gentle, merely acknowledging the subtle movements of the world, much like one might observe clouds passing in a vast, calm sky. The stillness of its form suggested a deep, peaceful mind. Its tail softly swaying, a gentle, almost hypnotic rhythm, echoed the quiet calm of its internal state. The movement was barely noticeable, a slow, deliberate undulation that spoke of profound contentment rather than restless energy. It was a visual representation of its measured breathing, a quiet affirmation of its serene presence. The outside world continued its unhurried pace, a continuous gentle hum beyond the glass, never quite piercing the stable, calm indoor atmosphere of its home. This feeling of stability and peace was paramount, a constant offering of comfort. Sometimes, a soft flowing curtain might be drawn across part of the window, creating a small, shadowed alcove. In these moments, the cat would engage in peeking through curtains, its head slightly tilted, its eyes, now almost languid, peering through the soft fabric. The world outside became a softened, dreamlike landscape, muted in color and sound. This simple act of peeking through curtains was another gentle facet of its routine, a way to experience the world in a diluted, unthreatening form, all from the familiar and secure embrace of its home. The human companion knew this quiet habit well, understanding the cat's need for trust and security. The warmth of the sun on its fur, the unmoving solidity of the windowsill beneath its body, the distant muffled sounds from beyond the glass, all contributed to a pervasive sense of comfort. Its eyelids, often heavy with the residual softness of sleep, might blink slowly, deliberate and unhurried, reflecting the complete lack of urgency in its day. This particular spot, this specific ritual of observation, reinforced the consistent feeling of safety and trust that permeated its daily existence. It was a moment of pure, unwavering rest, deeply embedded in the quiet fabric of its home. The objects and movements outside the window held little in the way of true interest or excitement. They were merely part of the stable backdrop, the continuous, gentle flow of existence that confirmed the unchanging nature of its familiar surroundings. A leaf might detach from a branch and spiral downwards. A car might hum distantly along a road. A tiny, fluffy seed might float on an invisible current of air. All these minute events unfolded in the passive visual field of the cat, observed without a ripple of heightened attention. The experience was more about the passive act of watching drifting shadows than about actively engaging with anything specific. This moment by the window, while outwardly focused, was deeply connected to the internal peace fostered by its home. It was a quiet acknowledgement of the larger world, effortlessly held at bay by the sturdy walls and the presence of its human companion. The air within was always a comfortable temperature, the light always soft, the sounds always gentle. This predictable steadiness was the bedrock of its calm, building on a foundation of trust. The act of curled on windowsill was a posture of profound relaxation, a picture of untroubled rest. The soft rhythm of its tail continued its gentle sway, a quiet counterpoint to the absolute stillness of its head. Its gaze, steady and serene, absorbed the ambient light and the subtle changes in the distant landscape. There was no hunting instinct roused, no sudden urge to engage. The outside world was a painting, observed from a frame of profound comfort and safety. The cat remained a quiet anchor in the quiet room, a soft, warm presence. This feeling of familiar calm was consistently present, a gentle blanket over its daily hours. The protective glass offered not just a physical barrier, but a psychological one, creating a profound sense of safe feeling. The mild curiosity it displayed was entirely soft, never reaching a point of arousal or alarm. The cat simply existed in this space, observing, breathing, existing in the gentle flow of its morning. The subtle variations in light and shadow outside were mere textures for its eyes, never demanding a more intense focus. It was a deeply relaxing tableau, consistently stable and utterly devoid of stress. The home was its sanctuary, its constant source of peace and trust, always nearby. After a sustained period of this quiet observation, a soft, almost imperceptible sigh might escape the cat. It was a sign not of weariness, but of a deep, pervasive contentment. The warmth from the sun would continue to infuse its fur, a lingering sensation even as the sun's angle subtly shifted. Soon, the desire for another period of rest would gently begin to stir, a familiar impulse arising from the state of profound relaxation. The entire process was cyclical, gentle, and deeply ingrained in its peaceful daily rhythm within its cozy and secure home. It knew this feeling well. Chapter 6. The gentle morning light continued to soften the edges of the quiet room, a familiar and steady presence within the peaceful home. It draped itself across the various surfaces, highlighting the comforting textures of the comfortable space, where the soft indoor light lingered, neither bright nor dim. The air itself held a stillness, a quality of settled peace that was deeply ingrained in the very essence of this home. The companion, having concluded its quiet observation of the world beyond the window pane, now felt a subtle shift in its own internal rhythm, a gentle pull towards another, equally familiar source of comfort. It began a slow, unhurried descent from the sun-warmed windowsill, each paw placed with an inherent grace that bespoke complete relaxation and control. There was no urgency in its movements, only a deliberate, flowing transition from one state of serene repose to another. The soft pads of its paws made barely a sound as it moved across the rug, a quiet passage through the familiar surroundings. Its tail, which had swayed with such a gentle rhythm moments before, now held a more static, elegant curve, mirroring the unhurried pace of its internal world. The cat moved with an easy fluidity, a silent stream of calm energy, heading towards another source of warmth and peace within the living room. Nearby, a human presence sat quietly, absorbed in a task that required gentle focus, a soft, rhythmic movement of hands. This human presence was not loud or demanding. Instead, it was a quiet anchor, a stable point of calm within the peaceful living room. The cat observed for a moment, its sleepy eyes blinking slowly, taking in the scene with a serene composure. There was no direct invitation extended, no call or gesture, yet an unspoken understanding passed between them, a quiet acknowledgement of shared space and unspoken companionship. It was a familiar ritual, a gentle coming together in the rhythm of the day. With its decision made, the cat padded closer, each step deliberate and soft. It navigated the furniture with effortless ease, its body a dark, fluid shadow against the slightly brighter floor. The air around the human held a subtle warmth, a comforting emanation that drew the cat like a quiet magnet. This was a zone of deep relaxation, a place where the feeling of safety was palpable, and stress relief felt naturally intertwined with the very atmosphere. The cat knew this warmth well, recognized it as an intrinsic part of its cozy home, a warmth that extended beyond mere temperature to encompass a sense of deep, unwavering comfort. The journey ended as the cat paused beside the human, a moment of still contemplation before settling. Its whiskers gently twitched, a quiet investigation of the currents of air, the faint, familiar scent of its companion. Then, with a soft exhalation, it began the gentle process of settling into cushions nearby. The fabric yielded softly beneath its weight, creating a comfortable space that immediately conformed to its form. It circled once, then twice, its movements slow and methodical, an ancient ritual performed with quiet reverence for the act of finding rest. As it began to curl, a low, continuous purring sound began to resonate from deep within its chest. It was a soft evening purring, though it was still day, a sound that spoke of utter contentment and peace. This gentle vibration filled the small space around the cat, a steady, rhythmic hum that was more felt than heard, a gentle wave of calm breathing that seemed to emanate from the very core of its being. The purr was a testament to the safe feeling it experienced in this familiar setting, a silent affirmation of its trust in the nearby human companion. The sound was constant, unwavering, a soft lullaby for itself and for the quiet space it inhabited. With its purr a steady companion, the cat shifted slightly, its head gently rubbing, an almost imperceptible rub against a leg that rested nearby. It was not a demand for attention, but rather a soft, gentle acknowledgement, a quiet expression of the deep bond they shared. This subtle contact was fleeting, a delicate brush of soft fur against fabric. Then the cat nestled deeper into the cushions, its body relaxing completely. Its muscles softened, its spine curved into a perfect arc of comfort, finding its most restful position. The familiar presence of the human nearby brought a profound sense of peace to its peaceful mind. Its paws began a gentle rhythmic kneading, a soft motion against the fabric of the cushions. It was a subtle kneading soft blankets, though these were cushions, a primal, comforting action that spoke of deep security and warmth. Each gentle push and pull of its paws created a small, soft indent in the surface, a miniature landscape of comfort. This repetitive action was calming, a self-soothing gesture that deepened its sense of well-being within the safe embrace of its home. The soft, rhythmic movement was like a silent meditation, an embodiment of profound, deep relaxation. The cat stretched out a single front paw, extending its claws just enough to gently grip the fabric, then retracting them slowly, deliberately. This was followed by a soft yawn, a silent, wide stretch of its jaw, revealing a delicate pink tongue and small, perfect teeth. Its eyes, which had been half closed in sleepy bliss, now closed completely, leaving only the soft silhouette of its head against the cushion. The human presence continued its quiet task, a steady, predictable rhythm that harmonized with the cat's own quiescent state. There was no need for words, no need for overt gestures. The companionship was simply there, a comforting, steady warmth. This quiet, mutual comfort was a cornerstone of the cat's daily life, a familiar thread woven into the fabric of its home existence. The trust between them was an unspoken pact, a gentle understanding that permeated the very air. The cat felt utterly safe, completely secure, nestled in this shared space. The warmth emanating from the human, combined with the inherent coziness of the cushions, created a small, perfect haven of rest. It was a constant reassurance, a quiet promise of stability and unchanging peace that allowed the cat to surrender fully to its state of deep relaxation. Every gentle breath it took resonated with this profound sense of peace. The low hum of its purr continued, a constant gentle accompaniment to the quiet rhythm of the room. It was a sound that truly embodied home comfort, a testament to the feline's deep satisfaction with its environment and its chosen companion. The soft vibrato traveled through the cushion, a comforting pulse against the cat's resting body. This purring, though perhaps not always consciously heard by the human, was an energetic exchange of calm, a shared frequency of tranquility that deepened the overall peaceful atmosphere. It was another layer of familiar serenity in a life already rich with quiet moments. The cat's body softened further, becoming a loose, pliant form, perfectly molded to the contours of its chosen spot. Its breathing became slow breathing, almost imperceptible, a gentle rise and fall that spoke of genuine, profound rest. The subtle movements of the human nearby did not disturb its peace, rather they underscored the stability of its surroundings. The cat knew, with an instinctual certainty, that it was safe, cared for, and utterly at home. This feeling of security allowed its mind to quiet, reaching a state of deep relaxation that was both physically comforting and mentally soothing. The shared stillness of the moment was profound. The cat, now fully settled, had found its preferred state of quiet presence. There was no expectation of interaction, no demand for play or attention, just the quiet pleasure of being together in the same comfortable space. The essence of their companionship lay in this silent understanding, this mutual respect for each other's calm. It was a bond forged in gentle routines, in the quiet exchange of warmth and trust, a central pillar of the cat's familiar and comforting life within the home. This gentle connection brought a peaceful mind to the cat, allowing it to drift deeper into its restful state. The subtle movements of its tail, which had perhaps swished softly upon settling, now came to a complete rest, lying draped across its side like a soft, furry ribbon. Its ears, previously swiveled just slightly to catch the distant sounds of the peaceful living room, now lay flattened in repose, indicating a complete surrender to its comfortable state. The gentle light continued to shift, painting new patterns on the wall, but the cat remained a steadfast emblem of quietude and repose, a perfect picture of rest. The warmth of its body against the cushion and the nearby human was a small, quiet miracle of comfort. This was the essence of quiet companionship, not loud expressions, but the soft, unspoken assurance of presence, of mutual respect for the sacredness of rest. The cat, curled so contentedly, embodied this truth. Its deep relaxation was infectious, radiating a calming energy throughout the immediate area. The familiar scent of home, the consistent warmth, the steady, soft purr, all contributed to a comprehensive feeling of well-being. It was here, in this moment of shared stillness, that the cat found deep, restorative comfort, a true sense of belonging within its beloved home, and so it continued its quiet repose, surrounded by an unchanging, gentle peace. Chapter 7. The mid-morning light, having deepened from the first faint glimmer, now spread its golden embrace across the familiar surfaces of the peaceful living room. It was a soft, inviting radiance, drawing long, gentle shadows that stretched and shifted with the slow passage of time. The air carried a settled stillness, a quiet hum that was the very breath of the cozy home. Having observed the gentle stirrings beyond the window pane, the feline companion now sought a deeper solace, an unwavering sense of profound comfort that only a specific kind of warmth could provide. With deliberate, unhurried steps, the cat padded away from the windowsill, its paws making no sound upon the polished floor. It moved with a quiet purpose, an instinct guiding it towards the most inviting patch of sunlight. This patch had ripened on the soft rug in the center of the room, a rectangle of pure, diffused warmth that promised utter relaxation. The golden light bathed the fibers of the rug, making them appear even softer, more inviting, a silent invitation to complete rest. Upon reaching this luminous square, the cat paused, its head held with a gentle dignity, slowly lowered, and its whiskers, still and sensitive, barely brushed the air as it surveyed its chosen haven. There was no rush, no urgency in its movements, only a profound contemplation of the impending peace. Slowly, with an exquisite grace, it began to revolve, a languid turning that allowed its entire body to absorb the delicious warmth of the sunbeams. Each movement was a testament to the safety and stability of its familiar surroundings, a clear signal of absolute trust in its home. The initial settling was a slow unfolding, a careful arrangement of its soft form. First, a stretch of its front paws extending languidly, claws gently retracting into the plush rug. Then, a subtle shift of its weight, a slow lowering of its belly onto the sun-warmed fibers. The fur, already silky and well-turned, now absorbed the golden rays, becoming even softer, radiating a quiet warmth. It circled once, then twice, its body a study in fluid motion, each curve and bend a preparation for the deep relaxation to come. This was a cherished routine, a well-practiced art of finding comfort. Finally, with a soft sigh that was almost imperceptible, the cat collapsed into a perfect loose coil. Its head rested gently on its front paws. Its tail, a plume of quiet contentment, lay softly curled alongside its body. The sunlight now poured over its entire form, seeping through its fur, warming its skin, reaching into its very core. It was lounging in sunlight, completely enveloped, completely at ease. The patch of warmth was precisely the right size, precisely the right intensity, a natural bed perfectly prepared for a mid-morning slumber. Its eyes, which had been half-closed moments before, now drifted shut with a slow, deliberate grace. The lids descended like velvet curtains, signaling a retreat from the gentle light of the room into the deeper calm within. The steady rhythm of its calm breathing became even slower, more profound, a soft, almost imperceptible rise and fall of its chest. Each breath was long and full, a deep relaxation settling over its entire being. The air around it felt still and undisturbed, holding this moment of perfect tranquility. A subtle warmth permeated its body, a comforting heat that encouraged every muscle to release its hold. The tension, if any existed, simply melted away, leaving behind a feeling of profound softness and pliable rest. The cat was nestled in a comfortable space, its favorite spot, a place where it knew absolute peace. There was no need for vigilance, no call for alertness in this familiar home. It was safe, deeply secure, and utterly at peace. The silence of the room deepened around the sleeping cat, becoming a soft enclosing blanket. Only the faint, distant hum of the world outside, a mere whisper of sound, underscored the quietness within. The golden light remained, a constant gentle presence, affirming the stability and safety of this haven. The cat's body seemed to sink further into the soft rug, its weight substantial and entirely surrendered to the pull of gravity and the embrace of slumber. This was a moment of true deep sleep, a complete and total immersion in rest. Its breathing continued, a quiet, rhythmic cadence that was both steady and slow. It was the very sound of deep relaxation, a gentle promise of undisturbed rest. Sometimes a tiny twitch, almost like a flicker of a dream, would pass through a whisker or the tip of a paw, but these were minor ripples on the vast, placid surface of its peaceful mind. They were fleeting, disappearing as quickly as they appeared, leaving behind the consistent stillness. The overall impression was one of unwavering peace, a serene tableau of mid-morning slumber. The comfort that emanated from the sleeping cat was palpable, a soft energy that filled the space around it. It was a comfort born of trust, of knowing that this home was a sanctuary, a place where every need was met and every moment was infused with safety. The human companion, though perhaps in another part of the home, was nearby, a silent, comforting presence that contributed to this profound sense of security. The cat's sleep was not merely a pause in its day. It was a deep, restorative dive into a state of absolute calm, a complete surrender to the gentle embrace of rest. The golden light shifted, ever so subtly, painting new contours across the cat's still form, highlighting the delicate curve of its back and the soft texture of its fur. But the cat remained undisturbed, its slumber profound and unbroken. Its peaceful mind was far away, perhaps traversing gentle landscapes in its dreams, or simply resting in the vast emptiness of perfect quiet. The steady, slow breathing continued, a soft, living rhythm in the tranquil room. This was the quiet beauty of a cat in its deepest relaxation, a testament to the unchanging comfort and warmth of its familiar home, a constant source of gentle rest. Its presence, so still and serene, brought a quiet stability to the entire space, holding it in a soft, sunlit embrace. Chapter 8. The gentle rhythm of the quiet home continued, a soft, almost imperceptible hum that settled into the very air. Sunlight, which had warmed the lounging cat in its mid-morning slumber, now stretched itself further across the wide, familiar floorboards, creating long, slow-moving patterns of light and shadow. The air itself felt still, a gentle current moving only occasionally, stirring a single thin curtain nearby a window, causing it to billow with the softest sigh. Within this calm indoor atmosphere, the small, quiet sounds of the house unfolded, each one a testament to the stability of this comfortable space. The cat, still deeply nestled and almost perfectly at rest, stirred only slightly, its awareness a quiet, unhurried presence. Its eyelids, half closed, remained heavy with sleep, yet a sliver of perception seemed to linger just beneath, catching the subtle shifts in the surrounding quiet room. From a distant corner, an old wooden floorboard gave a soft, gentle groan, a sound so familiar it barely registered as separate from the home's own breath. It was a comforting sound, part of the deep relaxation that permeated every surface, every shadow. A slow, gentle blink parted the cat's sleepy eyes for a moment, revealing golden depths that observed nothing specific, merely taking in the soft and diffused light. This fleeting glance was not one of alertness, but rather a quiet acknowledgement of its peaceful existence within its cherished surroundings. The distant, muffled hum of a refrigerator could be heard, a consistent low thrum that blended seamlessly into the background, becoming another thread in the tapestry of calming sounds. It was a sound that had always been there, a steady companion to the tranquil days and nights spent in this very home. A subtle shift of the cat's body, almost imperceptible, was the only response to these gentle tremors of sound. Its warmth radiated softly against the cushions where it lay, a steadfast anchor of comfort in the quiet home. The sense of safety was profound, an enveloping embrace that allowed for such deep relaxation and peaceful rest. The familiar scent of its preferred sleeping spot, a blend of clean fabric and its own soft fur, contributed to this unwavering feeling of absolute security. Each breath it took was slow, deep, and even, a testament to the stress relief found in such stable surroundings. Outside, a faint, almost whisper-like rustle of leaves could be heard, carried on the gentlest breeze. It was a sound that reached the cat's sensitive ears, yet it remained distant, never intrusive, merely another soft note in the ongoing symphony of the quiet afternoon. The cat's ears, usually so alert, were now softly flattened, a sign of its contentment and its deep, unbothered trust in its environment. It was simply part of the external world, gently interacting with the quiet of the familiar home, a world kept at a peaceful distance by the solid, comforting walls. The quiet moments stretched, long and unhurried, each one flowing into the next with a soft grace. The subtle movements within the home were like whispers, barely disturbing the blanket of calm. A distant clock chimed, its tone mellow and soft, a reminder of the slow passage of time, yet it did not stir the cat to full wakefulness. Instead, the cat merely absorbed it, an auditory sensation that simply faded into the steady hum of existence. Its half-closed eyes softened further, a peaceful mind allowing the gentle home ambiance to wash over it. Even a very faint creak from the stairs, a sound born of shifting wood in the quiet house, brought no tension. It was just another voice of the old familiar home, speaking in its own gentle language. The cat, an embodiment of comfort, simply remained. Its paws, tucked neatly beneath its warm body, showed no inclination to move. Its whiskers lay still, and its tail, usually so expressive, was curled in a loose, languid curve, undisturbed by any notion of urgency or excitement. The steady rhythm of the quiet home was an unbroken promise, a cycle of peace that continued endlessly. This calm indoor atmosphere, with its soft light and barely there sounds, enveloped the companion in a cocoon of warmth and stability. The cat's own quiet breathing was a soft counterpoint to the distant hums and gentle rustles, adding its own gentle contribution to the pervasive sense of rest. It was a familiar, comforting presence, always nearby, always at ease, perfectly integrated into the serene flow of the day within this beloved home. Its very being underscored the tranquil, stable nature of its deeply trusted domain, an unwavering source of comfort and peace. Chapter 9. The gentle rhythm of the quiet home continued its steady, soothing cadence, a tapestry of soft, distant sounds weaving through the peaceful afternoon air. After a period of calm repose, observing the subtle dance of light and shadow, a gentle stirring began within the feline companion. It was not a sudden impulse or an awakening to urgency, but rather a slow, unhurried shift, a quiet desire to move through the familiar surroundings of its cherished home. The feeling was one of deep contentment, a quiet acknowledgement of the stable peace that enveloped its days and nights. The cozy home offered a landscape of known comfort, each hallway and room a chapter in its tranquil existence. A narrow passage stretched quietly away from the sun-drenched living area, a corridor often traversed but always inviting new, gentle sensory experiences. Here, the light softened, diffused by the turn of the walls, creating long, drawn-out shadows that stretched and swayed with the imperceptible shifts in the day. The air in this part of the home felt a little cooler, a whisper of stillness clinging to the surfaces, a sense of profound calm residing in every quiet corner. The walls were a soft, muted color, reflecting the ambient light in a way that spoke of enduring peace. The flooring transitioned from a smooth, cool surface to a worn, soft rug, offering a different sensation beneath the cat's delicate paws. With a graceful, unhurried elegance, the cat rose, its movements fluid and slow, a testament to the deep relaxation that permeated its very being. It began its quiet journey, wandering quiet hallways with steps that were almost silent, each padded paw placed with a deliberate softness upon the familiar floor. There was no haste in its stride, no specific destination in mind, beyond the simple pleasure of gentle locomotion through its domain. Its tail, a soft plume, swayed with an almost imperceptible rhythm, a natural counterpoint to its steady pace. The air currents, subtle and faint, brushed against its whiskers, gently twitching, a sensitive network of fine hairs testing the known atmosphere, confirming the safety and comfort of its path. The journey led it naturally towards areas that, while entirely familiar, held a quieter allure, the kind of spaces that whispered of hidden depths without demanding attention. It began exploring hidden corners with a gentle curiosity, its gaze soft and unfocused, yet taking in every minute detail. Behind a tall, solid bookshelf where the light faded into a perpetual twilight, a small dust-kissed recess beckoned. The scent of old paper, a faint, dry aroma, hung in the still air, a familiar olfactory anchor. The cat lowered its head, performing a soft sniff, drawing in the subtle molecules of its environment, an acknowledgement of the persistent stability of this quiet space. Its whiskers, gently twitching, danced across the rough spines of forgotten volumes, a light, almost imperceptible touch, gathering information without disturbance. The cat's exploration was a serene ritual, a testament to its innate desire to connect with its home on a deeper sensory level. It wasn't seeking out novelty or excitement, but rather reaffirming the profound comfort found in the known, the predictable, the stable. It moved slowly, pausing at the base of a draped curtain that brushed against the floor, observing the faint play of light that filtered through the fabric. Its eyes, soft and unblinking for a moment, seemed to absorb the textures and patterns, a silent communion with the very fabric of its existence. The feeling of trust in its familiar surroundings was absolute, allowing for this uninhibited yet profoundly calm investigation. A sliver of light, almost unseen in the general dimness of the corner, illuminated a single dust mote suspended in the air. The cat watched it drift, its head tilted just so, a moment of soft fascination. Its whiskers, gently twitching, registered the slight movement of the air that carried the tiny particle, a miniature dance observed with an unwavering, gentle attention. This quiet observation, this immersion in the mundane details of its home, brought a profound sense of peace. It was a subtle form of mental engagement, one that calmed rather than stimulated, contributing to the overall sense of deep relaxation. The absence of any external threat, the constant presence of warmth and security, allowed for these quiet, internal moments of soft contemplation. The cat settled briefly, lowering its body to the cool, smooth floor in a half-reclined position, its front paws tucked beneath its chest. From this vantage point, it continued its survey of the calm indoor atmosphere, its gaze resting on the subtle variations of color and shadow in the hidden corners. The air was still, carrying only the faintest, almost imperceptible breath of the cozy home. There was no rush to move, no urgency to uncover. Each moment was a complete experience in itself, filled with the simple richness of being present in its familiar and safe environment. The slow pace of its movements mirrored the slow, steady rhythm of the house itself, a companion in stillness. After a few quiet moments, it pushed itself up again, a soft stretch extending through its graceful spine, its rest briefly interrupted by the continuation of its gentle wanderings. It turned towards a different part of the hallway, drawn by no apparent force other than a soft internal inclination. Perhaps the scent of a nearby potted plant, a distant living presence, caught its attention, prompting another soft sniff. The leaves, vibrant green even in the subdued light, offered a touch of outdoor life brought inside, a calming reminder of the wider yet still peaceful world beyond the windows. The act of exploring hidden corners was not about conquering new territory, but about reinforcing the known, deepening its understanding of its home through quiet, repeated sensory interaction. Each gentle pat of its paws along the wandering quiet hallways was a confirmation of security, each soft investigation a reaffirmation of trust. The overall impression was one of a deep, abiding peace, a quiet joy in the unchanging nature of its surroundings. The cat embodied the serene stability of the cozy home, its movements a slow, deliberate dance within the calm indoor atmosphere. This unhurried exploration was a form of deep relaxation in itself, a testament to the gentle pace of its feline life. The promise of rest was always nearby, and always assured within these familiar surroundings. Chapter 10. The soft afternoon light began its slow shift, drawing longer, softer shadows across the familiar contours of the quiet room. A profound stillness settled, a gentle hush that often accompanies the quiet middle hours of the day. The cat, having completed its subtle explorations, now felt the deep pull of another impending rest. Its movements remained unhurried, each step a soft whisper against the polished floorboards, leading it towards a chosen sanctuary of warmth and comfort within the home. This particular spot, perhaps bathed in a gentle, diffused glow from a window facing the afternoon sun, offered a promise of deep relaxation and undisturbed peace. It was a space intimately known, a small corner of its world imbued with an unwavering sense of safety and stability. The air itself seemed to hum with a quiet energy, a peaceful cadence that encouraged a return to quietude. With an exquisite slowness, the feline companion approached its chosen resting place. Perhaps it was a plush armchair, its fabric softened by countless hours of quiet repose, or a specially designated warm blanket draped over a low, inviting ottoman. Sometimes the allure of the low sunbeams falling upon the rug was enough, a natural heat source inviting its presence. The cat paused, a delicate pause of consideration, its whiskers barely twitching in the serene air. Then, with an almost liquid grace, it began the familiar ritual of settling. A soft sniff, a gentle turn, an expert rearrangement of its body as it found the precise curve and contour that promised optimal rest. Its paws kneaded softly, rhythmically, against the yielding surface, a deep-seated instinct for comfort blossoming in the quiet space. The gentle kneading subsided, a final soft push against the soft material, securing its personal haven. A quiet sigh escaped, a subtle release of any lingering gentle wakefulness. The cat's body began to loosen, a visible surrender to the approaching slumber. Its head lowered slowly, coming to rest upon its tucked paws, or perhaps against the soft edge of the cushion. The rhythmic purr, a constant vibration of contentment throughout its day, now softened, becoming an almost inaudible thrum, a deep whisper of satisfaction. This gentle transition marked the commencement of a period of deep sleep, a cherished part of its afternoon routine. The presence of the comfortable space, the warmth it found nearby, contributed profoundly to this feeling of peace. It was a moment of true comfort within its familiar home. The cat's form, once subtly dynamic, now became an exquisite sculpture of stillness. Its fur, a tapestry of soft hues, rose and fell with the slow, steady rhythm of its breathing. Each breath was deep even, a testament to the profound relaxation that had claimed its small body. The graceful paws, previously stretching or padding, were now neatly folded, tucked securely beneath its chest or extended in an attitude of complete surrender. The long tail, which earlier might have swayed with gentle curiosity, now lay perfectly still, a soft, heavy curve against the warm blanket. There was an absolute absence of tension, a pervasive softness across its entire being, ensuring a truly relaxing sleep that deepened with each passing moment. As the minutes flowed into a serene succession, subtle signs of dreaming began to emerge. A whisker might give the faintest twitch, a barely perceptible flicker against the soft light. The tips of its paws might ripple with an invisible energy, as if chasing quiet shadows in a dreamscape of soft whispers and familiar scents. These were not sudden, startling movements, but rather the gentlest of internal stirrings, miniature expressions of an inner world unfolding. The closed eyelids remained perfectly smooth, yet behind them, the soft dreams surely danced, perhaps of sunbeams, or the familiar aroma of a cozy fireplace. The cat remained entirely within its state of deep relaxation, its peaceful mind undisturbed by the fleeting images. The ambient warmth of the afternoon sun, filtering through the window, continued to envelop the sleeping cat. It was a pervasive, gentle warmth, sinking into its fur, permeating its comfortable space. This warmth was a constant, a soothing presence that cradled its slumber. If its chosen spot was near the hearth, then the residual heat from an earlier fire would offer an added layer of comforting warmth, a deep, radiating glow against its fur. The warm blanket, carefully selected for its softness, added further to the cozy embrace, a soft cocoon protecting its rest. The familiar textures and temperatures of its environment conspired to create an atmosphere of profound safety. This afternoon nap was a significant interlude, a prolonged period of deep repose. It was not a fleeting doze, but a sustained dive into the restorative depths of sleep, an unwavering commitment to quietude. The silence of the home during these hours contributed to its unbroken slumber, allowing for an undisturbed journey through its gentle dreams, a true sleep meditation. The stability of its routine, the predictability of these peaceful moments, fostered an environment where such profound rest was not only possible but assured. This cycle of rest and gentle activity was a cornerstone of its tranquil life, a constant source of comfort. It was a testament to the trust it held in its familiar surroundings, finding nearby solace. Around the sleeping cat, the quiet room settled into a tableau of serenity. Dust motes caught in the soft light drifted slowly, lazily through the air, their silent dance a visual echo of the slow passage of time. The gentle home ambiance remained unbroken, a tapestry of hushed quietude. Perhaps the distant, muffled sound of a clock ticking added a soft rhythmic counterpoint to the cat's own slow breathing, a subtle reminder of the world outside its immediate peace. Yet, these sounds were mere textures, not interruptions, absorbed into the pervasive calm of the comfortable space. The world outside its slumber felt gentle and far away, posing no disturbance to its deep relaxation. The beauty of the cat's afternoon rest lay in its absolute consistency. Each day, the pattern of wakefulness and slumber unfolded with a predictable grace, a comforting rhythm that resonated through the home. The cat, in its state of profound sleep, embodied this unwavering stability. There was no anxiety, no restlessness, only a complete and utter surrender to the restorative power of rest. Its familiar spot, always available, always welcoming, became a symbol of this reliable peace and deep relaxation. The soft weight of its sleeping body, a silent assurance of its contentment, filled the air with a quiet feeling of profound calm, a continuous gentle presence. As the afternoon wore on, the golden light would slowly soften, preparing for its gradual fade into dusk. But for now, the cat remained deeply immersed in its tranquil sleep, its dreams continuing their gentle, unhurried journey. This period of afternoon naps was a vital part of its day, fortifying it for the quiet hours to come. The enduring warmth, the profound comfort, and the deep, relaxing sleep it experienced were all integral threads in the tapestry of its peaceful existence within this home. It would awaken in its own gentle time, refreshed and imbued with the same serene spirit, ready for the next phase of its familiar routines, always surrounded by trust and nearby solace, a true companion to the quiet hours. Chapter 11. A profound stillness rested within the familiar surroundings of the cozy home, a quietude that seemed to deepen as the afternoon light began its slow descent. The air itself felt soft, carrying only the faintest whispers from beyond the glass, creating a calm indoor atmosphere where every gentle breath was a part of the prevailing peace. Within this tranquil setting, the feline companion had found another favored spot, a raised perch by a broad window, where a sliver of soft indoor light still lingered, painting the surface a pale gold. Its body was settled, a graceful curve of fur and muscle, nestled comfortably against the warmth of a nearby cushion, the soft texture yielding perfectly to its weight. This was a place for quiet contemplation, a space where the world unfolded at a leisurely pace, observed without any urgency or demand for interaction. The The quiet room embraced the cat, offering a sense of deep relaxation and unwavering safety, a continuous source of comfort in its stable existence. From this vantage point, the cat engaged in its gentle art of observation, a subtle activity that required no energy, only a peaceful presence. Its gaze, though often appearing half-closed and sleepy, was nonetheless attuned to the delicate shifts beyond the window pane. Outside, the afternoon breeze stirred through the nearby trees, causing individual leaves to detach from their branches with a slow, almost languid motion. These falling leaves drifted downward, turning gently in the air, a silent ballet against the muted backdrop of the sky. The cat watched their descent, not with active hunting interest or a sudden urge to engage, but with a tranquil, discerning focus. Each leaf was simply a fleeting pattern, a soft movement registered by its blinking, sleepy eyes, which opened and closed with deliberate slowness, reflecting the profound rest that permeated its being. This was the companion's gentle way of interacting with the outer world, a calm, detached awareness. Beyond the gentle dance of the falling leaves, other subtle changes unfolded. Clouds, plump and slow-moving, began to drift across the expanse of the sky, their passage casting vast wandering shadows across the landscape below. These drifting shadows moved like liquid art across the distant rooftops and soft lawns, gradually altering the light and shade on the world outside. The cat followed these slow progressions, its head tilting only slightly, a nearly imperceptible adjustment that spoke volumes of its peaceful mind. There was no tension in this observation, no sudden alertness, merely a quiet acknowledgement of the world's unchanging rhythm. The warmth of its resting place, imbued with the fading sun, added to the pervasive comfort, anchoring it firmly in its serene state. This was a moment of profound stability, where trust in its familiar home allowed for such soft, undirected focus. The delicate shifting of the light was another facet of this quiet observation. As the sun dipped lower, the soft indoor light that had graced its perch began to fade, replaced by a softer, more diffused glow that hinted at the approaching twilight. The cat perceived these minute alterations, its whiskers gently twitching, not in curiosity for what might come, but simply in response to the subtle atmospheric changes. It registered the deepening cool in the air beyond the glass, the slow transition from the day's warmth to the evening's quiet embrace. This intricate perception, devoid of any stress relief need, was simply a part of its natural rhythm, an intrinsic aspect of its comfortable existence. The entire scene was a tapestry of gentle progression, a constant reassurance of its secure and beloved home, where every nuance of the world was filtered through a lens of absolute peace. The companion's gaze remained steady, yet utterly relaxed as the last of the direct sunlight slipped away, leaving only a memory of its warmth on the glass. The falling leaves continued their gentle journey, some catching on the breeze, others descending with a quiet inevitability. The drifting shadows lengthened, becoming softer, less defined, merging into the general dimness that began to gather in the corners of the quiet room. There was no sense of loss in this fading light, only a gentle transition, a natural shift that the cat accepted with an inherent calm. Its body remained utterly still, a testament to its deep relaxation, its breathing slow and rhythmic, an audible expression of its peaceful mind. The presence of its nearby human, a reassuring quiet anchor in the surrounding stillness, added another layer of comfort, solidifying its sense of belonging and profound rest. As the external world continued its tranquil dance of light and shadow, the cat eventually shifted its position with a slow, deliberate movement. Its head, after its soft tilt, settled back into the gentle curve of its body, and its blinking, sleepy eyes closed almost completely, though not entirely. It seemed to hold on to the vestiges of its observation, integrating the subtle changes into its ongoing state of serenity. The quiet room hummed with an almost imperceptible peace, the calm indoor atmosphere unchanging, providing a continuous sense of stability. This quiet absorption of its surroundings was a form of restful engagement, fulfilling its natural, gentle curiosity without ever disturbing its deep repose. The familiar sounds of the home, faint and far away, continued to underscore the safety of its sanctuary, reinforcing the enduring trust it placed in its cozy environment. The entire episode of observation was a quiet affirmation of the cat's stable life, a gentle loop of sensing and settling, of noticing and returning to stillness. The sight of the falling leaves, the passage of the drifting shadows, the subtle dimming of the soft indoor light, all were absorbed and processed without a ripple of excitement or tension. Its breathing remained consistently slow, a quiet ebb and flow that resonated with the profound peace of its sleep. The deep relaxation that enveloped its form was unwavering, a continuous state of grace within its beloved home. This companion embodied rest, its very presence a comforting anchor in the quiet fabric of the day, offering a tranquil example of unwavering peace and secure belonging within its familiar and cherished surroundings. Every fiber of its being radiated comfort and an untroubled peace, an enduring promise of gentle rest. Chapter 12. As the daylight began its slow, inevitable retreat, a profound shift gently settled over the familiar surroundings of the cozy home. The vibrant hues of afternoon mellowed, softening into a more diffuse and golden light that painted the quiet room with long, stretching shadows. There was no abrupt change, merely a gradual fading, a quiet surrender of the day to the gentle embrace of evening. The air itself seemed to grow calmer, holding a subtle, ambient hush that promised the deep rest to come. Within this deepening tranquility, the feline companion stirred, a movement so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Its daytime resting spot, perhaps a patch of fading sunlight, no longer offered the same insistent warmth. With a languid grace that spoke of deep comfort and no urgency, the cat uncurled, its body unfolding slowly, bone by bone, muscle by muscle. This deliberate unfurling was a quiet ritual, a gentle preparation for the evening's long stretches of repose. Each limb extended with a peaceful elasticity, a silent testament to the body's innate desire for comfort. The subtle sounds of the home began to emerge as the louder echoes of the day receded. The distant, barely audible hum of an appliance, the soft whisper of wind outside the secure panes of glass. These became the quiet backdrop to the cat's gentle transition. The cat took a few soft, padding steps, its paws landing with a feather-light touch upon the floor, almost as if it were gliding. Its whiskers, fine and delicate, twitched ever so slightly, feeling the subtle changes in the air currents as it moved through the peaceful living room. This was a familiar journey, one undertaken many evenings, guided by an instinct for warmth and companionship. The cat's gaze, always calm and discerning, drifted towards the heart of the evening's gathering warmth. Often, this meant the inviting glow of the fireplace, where embers might still radiate a lingering, comforting heat, or the soft, welcoming cushions on a nearby sofa. The choice of its evening resting spot was always a deliberate one, made with an exquisite sense of what offered the deepest sense of peace. It moved with a serene purpose, its body flowing smoothly, without any suddenness or haste. The familiar textures of the home offered constant reassurance, a soft blanket draped over a chair, the smooth surface of a polished table, all contributing to the pervasive feeling of home comfort. As the last vestiges of natural light receded entirely, the gentle warmth of indoor lights began to assert their presence. Lamps cast a soft, amber glow, chasing away the shadows with a quiet intensity, creating pockets of inviting luminosity within the peaceful living room. The cat observed this shift with half-closed eyes, its mind already drifting towards deeper states of relaxation. It was a time for settling, for finding that perfect spot where warmth and softness converged, where the promise of a long, undisturbed night was palpable. The air grew stiller, permeated by a sense of deep quietude, a stable and familiar rhythm settling in. The cat found its chosen place, often settling into cushions on the sofa, a space already imbued with the gentle presence of its human companion. Its body seemed to melt into the soft fabric, conforming perfectly to the contours of the pillow, becoming one with the yielding surface. A deep, resonant purring began, a a soft evening purring that vibrated through its entire being, a low, continuous rumble of absolute contentment. This gentle sound filled the immediate space around it, a living expression of profound peace, a quiet melody of trust and safety. Nearby, a human companion might be engrossed in the quiet activity of reading, the turning of pages a soft, rhythmic sound. The cat, with its innate sense of proximity, found immense comfort in this shared stillness. It might stretch out, a slow, contented stretch that arched its back and extended its paws, before carefully curling its body once more. The warmth radiating from the companion, the familiar scent of the quiet room, all contributed to a deep sense of belonging. The cat was an anchor of tranquility, its steady presence a silent affirmation of the peaceful home. With soft, deliberate movements, the cat might adjust its position, seeking the precise angle of warmth, the perfect degree of softness. Its head would rest gently, its eyes slowly blinking before finally drifting closed, though not yet entirely surrendered to sleep. There was a quiet observance in its stillness, an awareness of the world gently winding down around it. The soft glow of the lamp nearby cast long, unmoving shadows, deepening the sense of peace and stability. The world outside the window was now a dark, distant expanse, a stark contrast to the secure and cozy interior of the home. The concept of trust was woven into every quiet moment of this evening transition. The cat rested with complete abandon, its vulnerability protected by the familiar surroundings and the presence of its companion. This was a time when the day's gentle meanderings gave way to focused repose, a period dedicated to the art of rest. The quiet home, filled with its gentle ambience, cradled the cat in its familiar embrace. There was nothing to demand its attention, no sudden calls to action, only the steady, unhurried progression towards deeper stillness. The evening became a symphony of soft, repetitive actions, the rhythmic rise and fall of the cat's flanks with each gentle breath, the subtle twitch of an ear in response to a distant muffled sound, the continuous, low thrum of its purr. These were the reassuring hallmarks of a peaceful conclusion to the day. The cat might shift, perhaps to curl beside books stacked neatly on a nearby table, finding a new, equally comfortable spot, each movement a testament to its unhurried grace. The warmth of its fur, the softness of its form, contributed to the quiet, serene tableau. A profound sense of comfort pervaded the quiet room. The cat was an embodiment of this comfort, its very presence radiating a soothing energy. It was a familiar anchor in the routine of the home, its gentle existence a calming influence. The gathering warmth, both from the physical environment and the emotional bond, created an atmosphere of absolute safety. This was not merely the absence of disturbance, but an active, pervasive feeling of deep relaxation, a quiet assurance that all was stable and well within its world. The long, slow descent into evening was a testament to the predictable rhythms of this feline life. Each moment was unhurried, each action deliberate, reinforcing the overarching theme of stability. The cat's gentle movements were like brushstrokes on a canvas of quietude, adding layers to the peaceful domestic scene. Its soft purring continued, a constant, gentle reminder of the deep wellspring of contentment it carried. The feeling of gathering warmth enveloped the space, preparing everything for the long night of deep sleep, cementing the feeling of home. With a final, slow blink, the cat settled further, its body becoming a soft, warm weight against the cushions. The human companion nearby offered a quiet, reassuring presence, a silent guardian of its peace. This shared stillness was a form of silent communication, a deep, unspoken bond of trust that transcended words. The evening light, now purely artificial and soft, cast a tranquil glow over the scene, illuminating the familiar textures and colors of the room. The cat was poised on the edge of deeper slumber, embracing the promise of long hours of undisturbed rest, nestled in its cozy home. Chapter 13. The soft evening light continued its gentle fade, casting longer, softer shadows across the familiar surfaces of the quiet room. A deep, pervasive stillness settled over the home, interrupted only by the faintest rhythmic sound of the cat's soft evening purring. a steady, comforting hum that resonated deeply within the peaceful living space. The feline companion, a picture of tranquil repose, remained nestled comfortably on its chosen cushion, its body a soft, warm weight against the fabric. The air held a pleasant warmth, a gentle current flowing from the nearby hearth, adding to the overall cozy atmosphere that embraced the entire home. This was a moment of profound calm, a natural pause in the gentle flow of the day as it transitioned into the deeper quiet of the night. A human hand, moving with a deliberate slowness that spoke of a deep understanding and trust, extended towards the resting cat. There was no suddenness, no abrupt movement to disturb the serene scene. The cat's eyes, previously almost closed in deep relaxation, opened to a soft, sleepy blink, acknowledging the familiar presence without any hint of alarm. Its whiskers, usually still, offered a gentle, almost imperceptible twitch, a quiet greeting. The human companion's touch began with a feather-light stroke along the cat's back, following the natural curve of its spine. Each pass was unhurried, a repetitive, soothing motion that spoke volumes of the quiet trust shared between them. The cat leaned subtly into the gentle pressure, its purr deepening slightly, a soft rumble of pure contentment filling the quiet space. This gentle interaction was a cherished routine, a cornerstone of the mutual comfort that defined their shared existence within the cozy home. The human hand then introduced a soft brush, its bristles specifically designed for delicate fur. The rhythmic motion of the brush against the cat's silky fur was slow and deliberate, a gentle massage that worked through the layers, smoothing and aligning each strand. A soft whispering sound accompanied the brushing, a quiet rustle that blended seamlessly with the cat's steady purring. The cat's head tilted slightly, its peaceful mind focused on the soothing sensation, its body completely relaxed beneath the comforting strokes. It was a moment of profound connection, built on years of familiar gestures and unwavering affection. The repetitive nature of the care brought a deep sense of security, reinforcing the safe feeling that permeated the entire household. This was not merely about grooming, it was an act of quiet devotion, a tender affirmation of the bond. With each slow, gentle stroke, the cat's body seemed to melt further into the cushions, its muscles completely slack, embodying a state of blissful rest. The human hand moved with an almost meditative rhythm, ensuring that the care provided was both thorough and exquisitely gentle. The cat's tail, previously curled, offered a soft, languid sway, a subtle signal of its deep satisfaction. There was an unspoken invitation in its posture, a quiet encouragement for the gentle touch to continue, its peaceful mind unworried and perfectly at ease. The light brushing was a ritual of quiet communion, a time when the focus was entirely on the cat's well-being and the simple pleasure of shared presence. This comforting routine was a vital part of the evening, a predictable anchor in the day's winding down. After a period of these soft, careful strokes, the brushing ceased, and the human hand returned to a gentle petting motion, a final, reassuring touch. The cat, with another slow blink of deep contentment, offered a quiet sigh as the familiar warmth of the hand settled gently on its head. This was a signal of profound relaxation, a release of any lingering tension, inviting a deeper sense of peace. The entire interaction was designed to lower stimulation, to encourage a deep sense of calm, leaving the cat in a state of tranquil repose. The soft evening purring continued its steady rhythm, a testament to the enduring comfort and trust that filled the familiar space. Then, from a nearby quiet pocket, a small, soft treat was produced. It was offered without fanfare, a subtle gesture that spoke of routine and anticipation rather than excitement. The cat, without rising fully, extended its head with gentle grace, accepting the morsel with delicate precision. There was no sound of crunching, just a quiet, almost imperceptible closing of its mouth, a moment of gentle satisfaction. This small act of quiet nourishment was another thread in the tapestry of comfort and care, a familiar delight that punctuated the evening. It was a demonstration of thoughtfulness, a small but significant reinforcement of the stable and loving home environment. The cat settled back completely, its body a soft weight once more, its eyes now fully closed, a picture of peaceful mind. The human hand lingered for a moment, resting gently on the cat's head before slowly withdrawing. The lingering warmth of the touch remained, a quiet reassurance in the air. The soft evening purring, now perhaps a little softer, continued its gentle song, a steady heartbeat in the quiet room. The routine of repetitive care had come to its natural, unhurried conclusion, leaving behind a profound sense of comfort and a deeply settled spirit. The cat was now fully prepared for deeper rest, its familiar surroundings holding it in a safe, unwavering embrace. The feeling of safety was palpable, a gentle blanket woven from trust and routine, enveloping the cherished companion in its cozy home. The world outside the windows held its own quiet sounds, but within these walls there was only the steady, gentle rhythm of evening, leading effortlessly towards sleep and deep relaxation. Chapter 14. As the last soft glow of twilight finally receded, a deeper quiet settled over the home. Shadows lengthened and merged, transforming familiar corners into soft, indistinct shapes. The gentle hum of the day's distant activities completely faded, replaced by an expansive, profound stillness that seemed to absorb all sound. Within this growing quiet, the home became a sanctuary, a warm cocoon of peace where the passage of time felt measured and incredibly slow. The air, once holding the faint warmth of the day, now held a cool, gentle home ambience, wrapping around everything like a soft, invisible blanket. In its chosen spot, nestled deep in the softest of cushions nearby, a comforting warmth, the feline companion lay in a state of tranquil repose. Its body, so recently engaged in the slow, deliberate movements of the evening, was now a picture of deep relaxation. Yet, even in this profound calm, a subtle awareness lingered, a testament to the cat's inherent connection to its surroundings. Its eyes, perhaps barely open slits in the deepening dark, seemed to observe the quiet world, not with alertness, but with a serene, passive understanding. There was no tension in its posture, only a complete surrender to the encroaching night, a feeling of absolute comfort in its familiar space. As the night truly deepened, a new tapestry of sound began to emerge, not from the daytime world, but from the hushed realm of the late hours. These were the calming sounds of the nocturnal, calm indoor atmosphere, distant and incredibly soft. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper of wind moved through the leaves outside, brushing against the window pane with a feathery touch. It was a sound so slight it might have been imagined, yet the cat's ears, like finely tuned antennae, responded. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, one ear swiveled a fraction of an inch, then the other, a gentle acknowledgement of the fleeting presence of the outside world, instantly muffled by the sturdy walls of the home. This was not an awakening, but merely a soft internal observation, a data point for a peaceful mind utterly at rest. The faint creak of an old house settling, a distant drip from a gutter, or the soft, barely audible shift of an unseen creature outside. Each sound arrived as if from a great distance, cushioned and softened by the protective embrace of the home. The cat's awareness of these things was like the slow, rhythmic ebb and flow of a tide. It would gently acknowledge, then just as gently recede back into its state of quiet contemplation and deep relaxation. There was no need for alarm, no call to action, simply a quiet listening and absorption of the night's subtle symphony. This pervasive quiet allowed every minute sound to briefly etch itself onto the canvas of the stillness, only to dissolve back into the larger silence. The familiar patterns of these sounds, their predictable appearance and disappearance, contributed to the cat's deep sense of trust in its secure home. Occasionally, a soft shift of its body in repose might ripple through its relaxed form. Perhaps a paw stretched out an inch or two, extending a velvety claw for a moment before retracting it into the soft warmth of its fur. If a sliver of moonlight happened to stream through a gap in the curtains, painting a silver rectangle on the floor, the cat might stir just enough to observe its slow, deliberate movement. Its sleepy eyes, dark pools in the dim light, would follow the silver beam for a breath or two, a silent, gentle tracking of the ephemeral light. There was no desire to explore this fleeting illumination, only a passive appreciation, a quiet moment of being present within the nocturnal ballet of light and shadow in its safe home. This brief observation was always followed by an easy return to a deeper stillness, a quiet settling back into the cozy comfort of its sleeping place. The profound safety of the home embraced the cat completely, offering a constant reassurance against the vastness of the outside night. Each distant, indistinct sound that drifted into its perception only served to highlight the protective quality of its familiar indoor world. It was a world of warmth and security, where the cat could indulge in its own rhythms of rest and watchfulness, always enveloped in a feeling of deep comfort. The very walls of the house, the closed windows, and the soft ambient air contributed to this profound sense of peace. The feline companion was a part of this quiet world, its serene presence reinforcing the overall tranquility. The gentle acknowledgement of the night's subtle presence never disturbed its inherent peacefulness. Instead, it became another facet of the unwavering trust the cat placed in its secure and cozy home, allowing for truly deep relaxation. Chapter 15. The soft interior light had long since receded, giving way to the gentle embrace of the night. Within the quiet room, a profound stillness had settled, enveloping all things in its tranquil hush. The feline companion, a creature of deep routines and soothing rhythms, remained deeply immersed in its nightly rest. It was a time of unbroken slumber, a period when the very essence of peace seemed to radiate from its small, warm form. Tucked beneath soft blankets, the cat lay completely still. Each slow, rhythmic breath was a testament to the depth of its relaxation, a quiet, consistent pulse in the vast silence of the sleeping home. The fabric of the blanket, a familiar comfort, rose and fell with an almost imperceptible motion, cradling the resting body in gentle warmth. There was no fidgeting, no restless shifting of paws, only the profound calm of a creature utterly at ease. The comfortable space it occupied, perhaps nestled in a basket or a specially chosen spot on a favored cushion, provided a sense of ultimate safety. This was its familiar sanctuary, a cozy haven where the outside world faded into an indistinct hum, leaving only the soft ambience of internal peace. The air itself seemed to carry a feeling of deep relaxation, heavy with the quiet certainty of undisturbed rest. Hours flowed by like silent rivers, and the cat remained an embodiment of profound stillness. Its mind, free from the small curiosities of the day, was deep in a state of tranquil repose. The slow breathing continued, a steady, lulling sound that only the most attuned ear might perceive. It was a sound that spoke of complete surrender to sleep, a delicate symphony of peace. No urgent twitch of a whisker, no sudden movement of a paw disturbed this quiet ballet of rest. The warmth that surrounded the companion was not merely from the blankets, it was also an internal warmth, a feeling of security that permeated its very being. This comfort was woven into the fabric of its daily life, a constant thread that ensured its peaceful mind. Every detail of its environment contributed to this deep repose, from the soft texture of its bed to the steady, unchanging temperature of the quiet home. A heavy weight of sleep held the cat gently, a natural restorative force. Its dreams, if any, were not those of chase or sudden sound, but rather soft, indistinct echoes of pleasant familiarity, utterly calm and soothing. There was no tension in its small frame, no hint of impending wakefulness, only the continuous, gentle process of deep sleep, allowing its body and mind to renew in the silence of the night. The stillness of the sleeping cat was a powerful presence in the quiet room. It was a physical manifestation of deep relaxation, a living sculpture of peace. The calm indoor atmosphere fostered this state, allowing the cat to sink deeper and deeper into its slumber without interruption. It was truly a safe feeling, a stable environment where every moment of rest was cherished and protected. This period of unbroken slumber was a cornerstone of the cat's gentle journey. It reflected the trust it placed in its surroundings and in the quiet rhythms of the home. The nearby presence of its human companion, though also deeply asleep, added another layer of subtle reassurance, a silent guardian of its peace. This companionable closeness, even in sleep, underscored the enduring bond. The gentle night continued its slow progression, but for the cat, time itself seemed to pause. Each moment was identical to the last, filled with the same unwavering calm and the same profound rest. The soft weight of its body remained settled, a picture of ultimate comfort. This was the quiet art of deep sleep, practiced with effortless grace and complete abandon. Within the comfortable space it had chosen, the cat was an island of tranquility. The warmth of the soft blanket, tucked carefully around its form, acted as a gentle shield, ensuring that no chill disturbed its profound relaxation. The familiar scent of its bed, the quiet rustle of the fabric if it had subtly shifted earlier, all contributed to this continuous state of ease. There was a sense of ultimate safety in this familiar spot, a quiet corner of the home designed for deep restorative sleep. The sustained period of rest was not merely an absence of activity, but an active process of renewal, carried out in perfect silence. The cat's rhythmic breathing continued its steady tempo, a soft, soothing beat in the heart of the night. This was the peak of its nightly repose, a time when the world outside could whirl and spin, yet within this cozy haven, only profound peace reigned. It was a truly restful existence. The calm breathing of the cat was almost imperceptible, a quiet whisper against the backdrop of the sleeping household. This deep relaxation was not something forced, but an effortless descent into the comforting embrace of sleep. The absence of disturbance was key, ensuring that this precious time was free from any sudden changes or unexpected alerts. This unbroken slumber was a gentle testament to the enduring peace found within its home. Every fiber of its being seemed to resonate with the quiet energy of deep sleep. The cat, curled so perfectly, presented a vision of serene beauty in the dim light of the night. The concept of stress relief was embodied in its stillness, in the utter lack of tension that characterized its slumber. It was a familiar ritual, this journey into the quiet depths of night, a cherished part of its routine. The unwavering consistency of its rest was remarkable. From hour to hour, the cat remained an image of perfect repose, its gentle body settled, its slow breathing a constant reminder of its profound peace. There was a stability to its sleep, an unchanging quality that contributed to the overall calm of the home. This was the quiet companion, deeply at rest, held securely in the gentle embrace of the night. Chapter 16. The profound stillness of the night continued its gentle embrace, holding the entire home in a soft blanket of quiet. Even in the deepest hours, when the world outside seemed to hold its breath in slumber, a subtle shift could sometimes occur within the quiet rooms. A faint, internal whisper of a need, not urgent, but a soft inclination, might stir the deeply sleeping cat from its profound rest. It was a gradual unfolding, an almost imperceptible ripple through its slumber, signifying a slow return to a state of quiet awareness, without ever fully breaking the peaceful spell of the night's deep calm. The pervasive sense of comfort remained unbroken. Within the tranquil hush of the night, a shadowy form might slowly begin to unfurl itself. The cat, previously a soft, warm weight nestled in a cozy spot, would stretch with an unhurried grace that seemed to melt through the encompassing darkness. One front paw would extend, then another, claws gently splayed and retracted, a silent act of rejuvenation. Its body, still heavy with the sweet languor of sleep, would slowly lengthen, a deliberate, gentle arc against the ambient quiet of its familiar surroundings. This slow stretch was not a signal for wakefulness, but merely a reacquaintance with the quiet flexibility of its form, preparing for its gentle wanderings. Then, with an elegant deliberation, the cat would slowly rise. Its steps, muffled by soft, padded paws, were a testament to the night's deep quietude. Each movement was considered, each placement of a paw a mere whisper against the floorboards. It began a slow, silent journey through the home, a familiar path traced countless times, yet always with a fresh, soft mystery in the deepening quiet. The cool air of the hallways, subtly different from the warmth of its resting place, brushed against its silky fur. This wandering, quiet hallways was not an act of exploration driven by intense curiosity or hunger, but a gentle procession through its known world, a quiet journey for its own sake, a deep relaxation continuing even in motion. The air remained still, carrying only the faintest, most distant echoes of the day, now completely dissolved into the calm indoor atmosphere. The familiar surroundings were transformed by the deep darkness, rendered in soft, muted tones visible only to the cat's keen nocturnal sight. It moved with an unhurried grace, a silent sentinel in the very heart of the sleeping home. The quiet room itself seemed to hold its breath, acknowledging the gentle passage of its feline companion. This profound stillness offered a deep feeling of safety, a constant and unwavering presence. As it padded through the quiet halls, a pale silvery light sometimes touched the floor, cast by the distant moon through an unseen window. This was the ethereal glow of padding through moonlight, painting the familiar path with an otherworldly sheen. The cat would pause within these gentle shafts of light, its form momentarily highlighted, a silent tableau of grace. Its whiskers, fine and sensitive, would gently twitch as it registered the subtle shift in air currents, the faint cool touch of the night air. Yet there was no alarm, no sudden movement, only a soft, tranquil acknowledgement of the world's quiet presence. Its peaceful mind remained serene. It might stop by a tall window, its gaze directed not outwards with active intent, but inwards towards the deep reflections that mirrored the peaceful room. The familiar furniture, draped in deep shadows, held a soft, comforting presence. The cat's eyes, wide and luminous in the darkness, absorbed the scene, not seeking, but simply observing the profound peace that settled around every object. This was its home, deeply familiar, profoundly safe, and utterly trustworthy in its nocturnal guise, a constant source of comfort. The pervasive silence was occasionally broken by the gentle sigh of the house settling, a soft creak of old wood or a distant muffled hum of an appliance, barely audible, fading almost as soon as it began. These were the lullabies of the night, woven into the very fabric of the home, reassuring in their predictability. The cat, a creature of deep relaxation, seemed to absorb these faint sounds, integrating them into its own quiet rhythm. There was no need for quick reaction, no impulse to investigate, only the serene acceptance of its comfortable space and the unwavering trust it placed in its surroundings. After a time, this quiet wandering would lead to another chosen spot, perhaps a patch of carpet that retained a hint of the day's warmth, or a particular armchair, its fabric softened by countless hours of restful occupation. With a deliberate slowness, the cat would stretch once more, a full body elongation that released any lingering tension from its muscles. This soft stretch in the darkness was a silent declaration of comfort, a preparation for renewed rest in its chosen area. It would circle a few times, a primal, gentle dance of seeking the perfect curve, the ideal indentation, a small ritual of settling. Then, with a soft exhalation that was more felt than heard, it would settle back down. The warmth of its body would quickly impress upon the chosen surface, creating a new pocket of coziness. Its eyes would slowly drift closed, the pupils contracting into soft slits before disappearing completely beneath the eyelids. This return to rest was as natural as the gentle ebb and flow of the tide, a return to the deep comfort of sleep. The companion of sleep enveloped it once more. The feeling of safety was pervasive, a constant, unchanging companion throughout the home. Each corner, each familiar piece of furniture, each fleeting shadow held no threat, only the gentle embrace of its known world. The cat's soft, rhythmic breathing would begin again, a steady, soothing pulse in the quiet room. It was a gentle reminder of life's quiet persistence, even in the deepest hours of the night. The cycle of quiet movement and renewed rest was a continuous, stable rhythm, a testament to the cat's serene existence within its sanctuary. These midnight wanderings were not disruptions to the night's profound peace, but rather a quiet, integral part of it. They were a soft underscore to the ongoing deep relaxation, a reaffirmation of its inherent connection to the familiar surroundings. The gentle pace of its life flowed on, unburdened by haste or worry, nestled deeply in its home. The companionship offered by the home itself, with its steady warmth and unwavering quiet, was deeply felt. The cat, a creature of trust and simple needs, found its complete rest in this consistent environment, its every action a reflection of the deep security it felt. The night continued its slow, unhurried progression, and the cat, curled once more into a state of profound peace, remained a silent, warm presence nearby, embodying the very essence of comfort and rest, until the first soft glimmer of a new day. Its peaceful mind remained untroubled, drifting once more into a soft, dreamless sleep. Chapter 17. The cat's quiet journey through the hushed hallways often concluded at a deeply comforting destination. After its soft, padding steps had graced the moonlit floors, a silent decision would guide it towards the most profound source of warmth within the home. This was a place where the air held a gentle, lingering heat, a memory of the day's sunlight or the soft glow of a nearby hearth. The very essence of the cozy home seemed to settle around this chosen spot, inviting the deepest rest. Sometimes this haven of comfort was found nestled beside a sleeping human companion, a gentle presence radiating a steady, quiet heat. The cat would approach with slow, deliberate grace, its movements so soft they seemed to melt into the ambient quiet of the night. It would then begin the delicate process of settling, a soft kneading of invisible blankets, preparing its comfortable space for a long period of deep sleep. The soft evening purring, a gentle hum of absolute contentment, would often begin before the cat had even fully settled, a quiet declaration of its profound sense of safety. The radiating warmth from its companion was a palpable thing, a reassuring anchor in the vast stillness of the night. This shared warmth created a tranquil bubble of peace, an unspoken promise of trust and unwavering comfort. The air itself felt heavier with peaceful sleep, the very silence of the home deepened by the steady, slow breathing of its occupants. The cat, now curled nearby, became an extension of this deep quietude, its presence a testament to the serene, unbroken rhythm of rest. Its sleek fur, a canvas for the soft shadows of the moon, would absorb the gentle warmth, making its entire form feel even softer, more pliant. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor might pass through its body as it reached a new depth of deep relaxation, a final adjustment before surrendering completely to the night. This was not merely about physical heat, it was about the profound emotional comfort of proximity, of knowing a familiar, protective presence was nearby. The cat's soft evening purring would often continue, a gentle motor of contentment vibrating softly through the quiet air. It was a sound almost woven into the fabric of the night, a calming rhythmic pulse that underscored the tranquility of the home. This continuous low rumble was a personal lullaby, a sound of absolute peace emanating from a creature completely at ease, completely secure in its cozy surroundings. It spoke of a deep, abiding trust in the stability of its world. Sometimes, if the hour was particularly cool, the cat might choose a different spot, perhaps resting by fireplace where a vestige of heat still lingered in the bricks. Even hours after the last flicker had died, the fireplace retained a memory of warmth, a quiet glow of residual heat that drew the cat like a gentle, invisible magnet. It would settle itself on the hearth rug, a mound of plush comfort, absorbing the subtle heat that radiated outwards. Here too, the cat would achieve that exquisite state of deep relaxation, its body a perfectly sculpted form of absolute stillness. The soft evening purring might not be as pronounced as when it was beside its human companion, but an inner calm was undeniably present. A gentle sigh would occasionally escape, a soft expulsion of air that marked the complete letting go of any lingering awareness, a full embrace of rest. The quiet space became imbued with its serene presence, the sensation of the warm rug beneath its body, the subtle convection of the air. All these elements combined to create a sense of profound well-being. This was a familiar sensation, one that spoke of many nights spent in exactly this peaceful manner. The cat's whiskers, usually so sensitive and alert, would lie flattened against its cheeks, signifying a state of profound sleep, undisturbed and utterly secure. Every fiber of its being seemed to relax further with each slow, steady breath. The world outside, with its distant, muffled sounds, simply faded into the background, unable to penetrate this sanctuary of warmth and comfort. The cat's world in these moments was small and perfectly contained, a universe of softness and quiet, enveloped in a safe feeling that allowed for the deepest forms of rest. The quiet connection forged in these moments of shared stillness was foundational to the cat's sense of belonging. Whether it was the literal warmth of another living being or the residual heat of the home itself, the purpose was the same: to find a place of profound comfort and security for the deepest hours of the night. The very air around the curled nearby form seemed to hum with this tranquil understanding. The soft ambient light that might filter through a curtain or from a distant street lamp only served to highlight the peaceful contours of its sleeping form. There was no need for movement, no call for alertness, only the steady, unhurried rhythm of existence. This deep relaxation was a culmination of the day's gentle routines, a quiet affirmation of the stability and trust that defined its life within this cozy home. Its body, now heavy with sleep, seemed to melt into the surface it rested upon, whether it was the soft curves of a human's side or the firm, inviting cushion of a favorite chair nearby. The subtle scent of its companion or the familiar smell of its chosen sleeping spot further enhanced the feeling of profound peace. It was a feeling of absolute belonging, of being precisely where it needed to be, secure and deeply cherished. The soft evening purring might fade into silence as the cat transitioned into even deeper stages of rest, or it might continue as a barely audible vibration, a testament to an ongoing dream of contentment. Regardless, the atmosphere remained one of unwavering calm. The gentle breathing, now slower and deeper, was the only significant movement, a quiet testament to the profound state of sleep it had entered. This shared warmth was a silent language, a wordless communication of peace and contentment that transcended the need for active interaction. It was the simple, profound fact of being together, of sharing the quiet moments of the night in a state of mutual comfort. The cat's deep and unwavering trust in its companion was evident in the utter relaxation of its posture, the complete vulnerability of its peaceful slumber. The cozy home was more than just walls and furniture. It was a sanctuary of warmth and safety, and these nighttime moments underscored that reality with a profound stillness. Each subtle sound from the outside world was muffled and distant, losing its potential to disrupt the peaceful mind of the resting animal. The world shrunk to the warm, soft space where the cat felt most completely at rest. The quiet assurance that everything was precisely as it should be permeated the air. The cat curled nearby was an embodiment of this profound stability. Its gentle presence added to the overall tranquility of the sleeping household, a silent guardian of the quietude. This deep, familiar comfort was a cyclical blessing, renewed with each passing night, a constant source of unwavering peace. The feeling of a warm blanket softly draped, or the natural insulating quality of its own fur, contributed to this ultimate state of physical ease. The cat knew, with an instinctive certainty, that it was safe, protected, and loved within its home. This knowing allowed for a quality of sleep that was truly restorative, truly deep, freeing its mind to drift into peaceful dreams. The comfortable space it occupied was its own small kingdom of serenity, a place where no disturbance could reach, where the gentle currents of air brought only more warmth and stillness. The subtle rise and fall of its chest, barely perceptible, mirrored the quiet pulse of the night. This was the pure, unadulterated essence of feline rest, a quiet journey into profound and continuous slumber. The enduring comfort of this shared warmth was a silent act, a nightly ritual that reinforced the deep bond between the cat and its companion. It was in these hours of utter vulnerability that the trust was most evident, a soft, unspoken promise of protection and unwavering presence. The home was a haven, and the cat, deeply asleep nearby, was its peaceful heart. The very air seemed to breathe with the same gentle rhythm as the sleeping cat. There was a sense of infinite slowness to these hours, a prolonged moment of deep relaxation that stretched into the quiet depths of the night. The absence of movement, the profound quiet, the pervasive warmth, all combined to create an environment perfect for the most profound kind of rest. The cat was perfectly still, perfectly at peace. Chapter 18. The deepest part of the night had fully settled, drawing the entire home into an extraordinary embrace of silence. It was a stillness so profound, so utterly complete, that it seemed to hum with its own quiet presence. The air itself felt thick with rest, soft and unmoving. A vast, invisible blanket spread over every surface, every object, every sleeping form. Within this hush, the small hour before the first whisper of dawn unfolded with an almost sacred slowness, a timeless expanse of calm indoor atmosphere. No distant sounds stirred. Even the world beyond the window panes seemed to hold its breath, caught in the universal spell of slumber. This was the time when deep relaxation held absolute sway, when the rhythm of life slowed to its most fundamental, most essential beat. The quiet room was a sanctuary of profound peace, each shadow holding its shape with unwavering constancy. Within this tranquil heart of the home, the feline companion lay completely still, an embodiment of perfect rest. It was nestled in its chosen cozy spot, perhaps tucked beneath soft blankets or settled deep within its favorite cushioned nook, a place of ultimate comfort and enduring warmth. Its body, a soft, yielding weight, offered no resistance to the deep pull of sleep. There was a palpable stability to the night, an unwavering assurance that all was well, that all was safe. The hours drifted by like soft, unseen currents, each moment indistinguishable from the last in its serene uniformity. The cat's slow breathing was barely perceptible, a gentle, steady rise and fall that spoke of an untroubled inner world. Its peaceful mind was steeped in the depths of deep sleep, untroubled by dreams that might stir too much. Occasionally, the barest hint of a gentle twitch might ripple through a paw or a whisker, a fleeting, almost imaginary movement that served only to emphasize the profound stillness that followed, drawing the companion even deeper into its slumber. The absolute quiet was not an empty quiet. Rather, it was a quiet brimming with a safe feeling, a reassuring density of peace. It was the sound of everything being exactly as it should be, perfectly aligned with the steady pulse of the home. Every surface, every texture, every cool corner, and every pocket of warmth within the familiar walls contributed to this encompassing sense of well-being. The sleeping cat was at the very core of this tranquility, a small, vibrant heart, beating softly within the expansive quiet. Its presence was a quiet affirmation of the comfort that permeated these hallowed hours. There was no sense of waiting, no anticipation in this part of the night, only the profound state of rest, unbroken and undisturbed. The soft darkness held a texture all its own, a velvety softness that seemed to absorb any stray thought, any lingering trace of the day. The companion was nearby, its quiet presence a grounding anchor in the pervasive stillness. It was a presence that added to the deep sense of comfort, a reassuring weight against the gentle silence. This was the pinnacle of relaxing sleep, a state of being where time seemed to fold in upon itself, creating an infinite moment of peace. The home itself felt like a vast breathing entity during these small hours, its walls whispering stories of quiet endurance and constant comfort. The air was cool in some places, retaining a subtle warmth in others, a testament to the steady passage of time, yet nothing disturbed the decompose. The cat, in its unwavering state of rest, was a perfect reflection of this surrounding peace. Its fur, soft and still, lay undisturbed by any breeze, its form entirely yielded to the pull of gravity and the deep embrace of slumber. This absolute stillness became a comforting presence in itself, a silent guardian over the sleeping home. It offered a profound stability, a predictable rhythm that transcended the waking world. The familiar sense of day, the gentle activities of human life, were entirely absent, replaced by this pure, unadulterated quiet. It was the kind of quiet that cradles a peaceful mind, allowing thoughts to dissipate like wisps of mist in the early morning air, leaving behind only a pervasive feeling of calm. The cat's deep relaxation was mirrored in the very atmosphere of the room. The companion lay there, a small, perfect testament to the power of rest, its very being contributing to the calm indoor atmosphere. Its slow breathing continued its steady, hypnotic rhythm, a soft counterpoint to the enveloping silence. This was not merely the absence of sound. It was the presence of a deeper quiet, a quiet that nurtured and restored. The feeling of safety was absolute, a protective shell around the home, allowing every living thing within its cozy walls to surrender completely to the restorative power of deep sleep. The gentle passage of these small hours was a gift, a promise of renewal, a steadfast assurance of unwavering peace. The cat, so nearby, so deeply immersed in its comfort and rest, was the quiet heart of this profound and familiar tranquility. Chapter 19. The profound stillness of the very deep night began, in an almost imperceptible way, to gently yield. It was not a sudden change, nor a distinct arrival of sound or light, but rather a soft, gradual loosening of the darkness that had held the home in its quiet embrace for so many hours. The air itself seemed to subtly alter, a fraction of a degree cooler perhaps, or merely possessing a different quality of calm, a whisper of what was yet to come. The familiar surroundings of the sleeping space remained bathed in shadows, profound and deep, yet something within the furthest reaches of the room seemed to absorb the blackness just a tiny fraction less completely. The sleeping cat, a soft, warm presence, remained in its state of deep slumber, tucked beneath blankets. Its breathing continued its slow, rhythmic cadence, a steady, gentle rise and fall that spoke of absolute rest and unwavering comfort. The small, delicate whiskers lay perfectly still against its face, and the tips of its ears, usually so attuned to the faintest rustle, were relaxed, soft, and unmoving. There was no conscious awareness of the approaching dawn, no flicker of an eyelid, no stirring of a paw. The cat was utterly immersed in its world of deep relaxation, a peaceful journey through the landscape of feline dreams. Yet, even in such profound sleep, there exists an unspoken connection to the rhythm of the world, a subtle shift in the quality of the surrounding air, an almost imperceptible change in the pressure or the very first faint lightening of the sky beyond the windows. These were not signals to awaken, but rather gentle, abstract sensations that merely washed over the deeply resting form. The darkness outside, which had been a uniform, velvety expanse, now held the merest hint of dilution, an almost invisible suggestion of the vastness beyond the cozy home. It was as if the night itself was taking a deep, slow breath before gently releasing its hold. The calm indoor atmosphere remained utterly undisturbed. No birds had yet begun their morning songs, no distant vehicles had started their journeys. The world outside was still largely held in the arms of sleep, mirroring the deep repose of the companion within. The silence was not an empty void, but a rich, full quiet, a blanket woven from the absence of sound, comforting and encompassing. This pervasive quiet allowed the subtle nuances of the approaching morning to become, even in their faintness, the gentlest of presences. Perhaps, on some deep, instinctive level, the cat's internal clock, a marvel of natural timing, registered this almost imperceptible shift, not as a command to stir, but as a confirmation of the natural, predictable order of its world. The feeling of trust in these established rhythms was profound. Each night unfolded into dawn, each dawn into day, and the cat remained safe, secure, and deeply at rest within its familiar surroundings. This stability was a continuous, soft reassurance, a quiet hum beneath the surface of all existence in its home. The window pane, which had reflected the deep blackness of the night, now held a shade that was infinitesimally lighter, a suggestion of gray rather than absolute black. This was not a soft indoor light yet, not even a glimmer, but simply the faintest indication that the sun, still far below the horizon, was beginning its slow ascent. The sensation of this coming light was like the ghost of a breath, an unspoken promise of the day to follow, yet one that required no immediate attention, no breaking of the exquisite spell of deep sleep. The cat's body remained heavy and warm, a picture of absolute surrender to rest. The warm blanket draped over its form offered continuous comfort, a soft, familiar weight that contributed to the feeling of profound safety. The slight, almost imperceptible shift in its position, if it occurred at all, would be a subconscious adjustment, a deeper burrowing into the softest part of the cushion, ensuring maximum cozy relaxation. Its peaceful mind continued its journey through quiet, gentle dreams, untouched by any external urgency. The air, moving ever so slowly through the quiet rooms, carried no scent of awakening, only the settled, familiar aroma of the home. This was a scent of peace, of warmth, of a life lived gently. It was part of the enduring comfort that permeated every corner of the dwelling, a constant presence that reinforced the feeling of being protected and cared for. The cat, in its deep state of relaxing sleep, was a quiet testament to the success of this harmonious environment. The subtle changes continued their slow, steady progression. The shadow lines that defined the furniture, once sharp and absolute in the full darkness, began to soften at their edges, blurring just a fraction, hinting at the coming dissolution of night. This was not enough to cast distinct shapes or reveal true color, merely a slight modification in the intensity of the dark itself. It was the softest preparation for the eventual return of visible light, an unhurried, gentle opening of the world. The deep quiet of the small hours slowly gave way to an even deeper, more profound stillness, a pre-dawn hush that felt almost sacred in its intensity. It was the moment before the world remembered to stir, a suspension of time in its most tranquil form. Within this profound quiet, the sleeping cat was a living anchor of peace, its steady breathing a soft, consistent pulse in the heart of the home. The feeling of being nearby such an unmoving, peaceful presence was itself a source of serene calm. This delicate transition was a part of the dependable cycle, a rhythm known instinctively. The coming of dawn, though still distant and gentle, represented not an end to rest, but merely a slow, continuous evolution of it. The warmth of the room, held steadily throughout the night, would soon be subtly touched by the first cool breaths of the new day, a change so gradual it would pass unnoticed by the deeply dreaming companion. The cat's slumber was a heavy, undisturbed state, a complete immersion in the realm of rest. There was no anticipation of waking, no restless movement beneath the soft coverings, only the consistent, steady weight of sleep, profound and unwavering. The familiar textures of its resting place, the secure boundaries of its cozy nook, all contributed to this deep and abiding peace, a continuous flow of comfort and safety. The calm indoor atmosphere held fast, a protective shell around the sleeping form. The world outside, in its imperceptible shift towards morning, remained distant, its subtle stirrings unable to penetrate the quiet sanctity of the home. The cat's inherent trust in its environment allowed it this complete vulnerability in sleep, this absolute surrender to rest. It was a quiet testament to the enduring security that defined its days and nights. And so, the quiet moments passed, each one dissolving into the next with the seamless grace of a slow-moving river. The approaching dawn was not an event, but a process, a gradual unfolding that honored the depth of the night's rest. The cat, in its profound deep sleep, remained oblivious to these subtle overtures, a perfect picture of tranquility, completely enveloped in the warmth and comfort of its beloved home, a testament to the unending cycle of peace and gentle repose. The very first, almost abstract suggestion of light began to touch the uppermost branches of the trees visible through the distant window, a mere outline against the receding dark. This was not illumination, but a lessening of absolute black, a softening of edges that had been sharp and absolute only moments before. It was a pre-dawn moment that spoke of continuity, of the world slowly, gently preparing to turn another page. Inside the home, the temperature remained stable, the subtle shift in the air a sensation only the most sensitive instruments might detect. Yet it was part of the slow, organic process of morning's return. The cat, curled so cozy and secure, offered no visible reaction to this change. Its breath remained slow, its body deeply settled, a soft, unwavering anchor in the heart of the tranquil dwelling. The familiar surroundings continued to cradle it in unwavering comfort. The air held its quiet scent of slumber, a mix of settled dust, warm fabric, and the faint, almost imperceptible presence of its companion. This aroma was part of the unchanging tapestry of the home, a sensory detail that spoke volumes of security and trust. Even in the deepest recesses of unconsciousness, this familiar essence would contribute to the feeling of safety, allowing for the most profound rest. The narrative of the approaching light was one of utmost subtlety. It was not a beam or a ray, but a suggestion, a washing out of the deepest indigo to a slightly paler hue. This infinitesimally lighter shade brushed against the outside of the window, a silent, slow painting of the world, preparing it for the gentle arrival of the sun. The cat, in its unwavering deep sleep, remained entirely within the protected sphere of its warm blanket and its serene dreams. The calm indoor atmosphere was an extension of this pre-dawn tranquility. Every object within the home seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the gentlest stir of morning. The stillness was complete, profound, a pervasive feeling of peace that settled into every fiber of the dwelling. And at the heart of this stillness, the small, warm form of the cat, a silent guardian of rest, continued its journey through quiet, gentle dreams, utterly oblivious to the nearby world's imperceptible shift towards light. Its peaceful mind was fully at rest, maintaining the unwavering comfort of its slumber. Chapter 20. The deeply sleeping cat remained a soft, still form, a picture of profound, unwavering repose as the world outside prepared for a new cycle of light. Tucked beneath soft blankets, or perhaps nestled in its familiar basket, its presence was a gentle anchor in the quiet, expansive tranquility of the home. The slow, rhythmic breathing continued, a quiet, consistent testament to the deep relaxation that held the small companion in its gentle embrace. Every fiber of its being seemed to emanate a peaceful calm, a complete surrender to the restorative power of undisturbed sleep. There was a gentle, heavy weight to its slumber, a palpable sense of utter peace that settled over the entire space. The warmth that enveloped the cat was a continuous, comforting presence. Whether it was the lingering heat from a nearby fireplace that had slowly cooled to a soft ember, or the radiated warmth from a sleeping human companion, this feeling of gentle heat was constant. It was a familiar sensation, woven into the very fabric of its existence within this safe and comfortable space. This deep, consistent warmth helped to sustain the state of profound sleep, ensuring that every moment was filled with restful quiet. The cat was an embodiment of comfort, a creature perfectly attuned to the subtle rhythms of its peaceful home. The soft, internal world of deep sleep continued, a landscape of quiet serenity. There were no sudden movements, no abrupt awakenings, only the steady, unhurried pulse of life in its most tranquil form. The surrounding air, though subtly shifting with the faintest hint of an approaching dawn, did not disturb this profound rest. The cat, curled tightly or stretched out in a posture of complete surrender, remained oblivious to the world beyond its slumber. This was a place of utter safety, a sanctuary where all worries dissolved into the deep, quiet rhythm of breath. The peaceful mind of the sleeping cat seemed to extend an invitation to this serene state, a soft, unspoken reassurance that all was well. The promise of a new day was not one of abrupt change, but rather a continuation of the gentle cycle. The light would return, soft at first, then gradually brighter, painting the familiar surroundings with new hues. But for now, the deep sleep endured, undisturbed and profound. The cat's body, warm and heavy, was perfectly at rest, each muscle relaxed, each paw still. This profound rest was a cornerstone of its predictable life, a comforting pattern that brought a sense of stability and unwavering peace. The quiet room held this scene of deep relaxation, a sacred space where the companion found its deepest solace. The subtle changes in the ambient quiet were almost imperceptible, a gentle hush that deepened as the night slowly released its hold. Within this serene stillness, the cat's gentle presence was a soft, warm kernel of life. The trust it held in its familiar home was absolute, allowing it to sink so deeply into this state of rest. This unwavering trust was a fundamental part of its daily comfort, knowing that it was entirely safe, protected, and cared for. This continuous feeling of safety allowed for a stress relief so complete, so pervasive, that it became the very essence of its existence. The slow, steady progression of time brought no urgency, only a confirmation of the enduring peace. The cycle of comfort and rest was not merely ending, but gently turning, ready to begin anew with the same quiet grace. The cat, still tucked beneath its blankets, remained an emblem of this enduring peace. Its deep, rhythmic breathing flowed on, a quiet, reassuring sound in the stillness. The soft indoor light that would eventually fill the home would find the cat still bathed in this profound tranquility, perhaps just stirring, but never with haste, always with the same gentle slowness. The cozy essence of the home enveloped the sleeping creature, a fortress of comfort and familiar security. Every texture, every subtle scent, every distant, muffled sound contributed to this feeling of deeply rooted safety. The companion was not merely sleeping, but actively resting, gathering strength for another day that promised the same gentle routines, the same quiet observations, the same peaceful interactions. This unwavering predictability was a source of great solace, a steady current of calm flowing through its life. The knowledge of this gentle cycle was a quiet, constant reassurance. The image of the cat, perfectly peaceful in its slumber, became a lasting impression of profound serenity. Its little whiskers were still, its paws relaxed, its entire form radiating an aura of uninterrupted peace. This scene was a testament to the quiet dignity of a life lived in harmony with its surroundings, a continuous narrative of comfort and grace. The warm blanket provided not just physical warmth, but a symbolic embrace of protection and care. This deep relaxation was a gift, freely given and fully received, within the cherished bounds of its peaceful home. The nearby presence of its human companion, even in sleep, added another layer to this profound feeling of security. It was a silent acknowledgement of shared space, shared warmth, and an unbreakable bond of trust. The cat would awaken eventually to the soft, familiar sounds of its home, but the transition would be gradual, a gentle unfolding rather than a sudden jolt. The continuity of comfort was paramount, the unbroken thread of peace stretching from one day into the next. This was the quiet promise of each new dawn for this gentle creature, a reaffirmation of a life filled with comfort and rest.